to a rap or something. I don't know. That beat. I got a lot of beats. I got unlimited beats, but there's something about that one. You know when you get used, these guys want to rap and it's freestyle. I'm not going to embarrass myself. I'm not trying to be a 60-year-old rapper, right? But it is what it is. Welcome everybody once again to another episode of LANCESCURV. If you do not see us on social media anymore, then go to LANCESCURV.com. LANCESCURV.com. A lot of people say, oh, I haven't seen you for a while. I thought they took you down. I can't find you. What's my name? LANCESCURV. Or just put .com on the end of it and you'll go there. I want to thank everybody for being here and the support and the growth. There'll be continued growth. There's nothing in my way, nothing stopping, positive people, and it's going to happen. This is the time I've been waiting for. And this is what we have to think about too in our own personal lives, that you're going to have obstacles. You're going to have things that get in your way. And usually when you have the biggest obstacles, that's when your breakthrough is about to happen. Because the negative forces of this universe know, oh my God, I got to really discourage them. I got to really put things in their way. I got to really have them rubbing two nickels together, not knowing where the money's going to come from. But that's when you're at your best. It's making you strong at that particular point, even though you feel so weak, even when you don't know when the answer's coming and where the solution is coming from. What are you going to do? It's right there. Like they say, you know, even in the religions, they say it. In the Christian church, the Lord don't put that much more on you than what you can handle. And if you can handle it, it's going to make you stronger, baby. It's true, though. It's true. But you know what? Karma is also true. Karma is also real. Karma sometimes seems like it could be a little late sometime. I don't want to throw shade at anybody, but P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, whatever he says his name is, we don't know yet, but come on, black folks, you got intuition. You already know. And whatever he did, I'm going to say it that way, whatever he did, and the folks are going to say, well, he did this, he did. I don't know, but I know there's something up with that dude. This show is not about him. I'm not talking about celebrities. I want to speak about that principle of karma. And don't forget, we have Dr. Ade coming on at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Make the adjustments according to your time zone. But I'm glad you all are here and rocking with me. And yesterday, was it, okay, did I do one show? Okay, yeah, I did one show. Was it one show or two? I was supposed to make up one for a day I did one, and it's bugging me. I'm like, what's his name? The numbers guy, played by Delroy Lindo in Malcolm X. And Malcolm X told him he missed the number. He prided himself on being able to remember all the numbers because he was a numbers runner. And long after Malcolm X, before he was Malcolm X, he was in the street. But when he became Malcolm X, and he ran into Delroy Lindo, I forgot, was it West Indian Archie was his name? I know it might have been in the book that, I don't know if they had it in the movie that way, but he was kind of doing bad in his apartment, had a stroke. Apartment was in shambles. I mean, it was dusty, dirty, everything. And the last time Malcolm X saw him, he was trying to kill Malcolm X. And Malcolm X got the heck out of Dodge. I think there was a gun that was brandished. I'm not sure if there were shots fired, but there was a gun brandished. And even then, I think in the movie, Malcolm X in that scene, you know, Delroy Lindo couldn't really talk. And that's his real name. I don't know if they use, you know, West Indian Archie or not. But he was like, what did he call him? Malcolm, right? Malcolm Little, you know. Malcolm, I never really intended to kill you. I just had a reputation to uphold. And Malcolm X at that point could understand that. But in that world, when you're in it, of course, reputation is everything. I understand that. So he still remembered because it bugged him. West Indian Archie, did I really mess up on that number? Isn't it something that as we get older, we start to think about the things we've done? And if you think about the things that you've done good and bad, there's hope for you. But if you are of that narcissistic strain of entity that does things to people and you leave a trail of pain, heartache, hurt, sadness, broken heart, whatever, you did bad to people. Now we know that there's no way we're going to walk through this life and not hurt somebody, even without meaning it. You know, you step on somebody's toe, that's okay, excuse me, you know, it hurt, but, and then sometimes in our youth, sometimes in our older years, we break up with someone that we were in a relationship with for a long time. Now, it all depends on the dynamics of that relationship. If you were just greedy and wanted to lay up with a lot of other women, if you're a man, vice versa, also if a woman, then that's not a valid reason. Why did you get involved with them in the first place if you knew that you wanted to play? See, there could be valid reasons. Young lady gets physically abused, beat down, emotionally abused, and she can't take it anymore. She gave the guy a chance. She said, listen, I've been with you for years, and you continue to do this to me. Not only that, but you brought home STDs, you made babies outside in the street, and financially you could never hold it down. I'm just piling it all in one, right? So when she leaves, there's no karma for that. He's still going to have to face his karma for what he did. And the bottom line is that she's not going to face any penalties. Okay, there's a woman inside with her children inside the house, and she ends up stabbing up someone. And you say, oh my God, she's crazy. Why did she do that? Well, you didn't know that maybe somebody came to that window to burglarize her home, and she happened to come downstairs and her two little daughters were on the couch. And that guy who came into the house to burglarize, you know, he had other things in his mind. He was crazy. He had a knife to the child's neck. So she sneaks up behind him and stabs him up. In the court, that judge, 99 times out of 100, and you do have that 1% crazy judge that goes against the grain, you're getting off scot-free. You're in your home. Somebody comes in there and threatens the life of your child. So karma is a funny thing because we can sometimes see a situation partially and swear a person's going to be the recipient of a big fat scoop of karma for that particular thing, not counting all the things that you didn't know that they did before. And sometimes it seems it's like, wait a second, but maybe you didn't know the whole situation. There are people who run around here acting nice and they're demons on the inside. And when they get karma coming their way, it's like, what happened? Now, we have good people in the world, right? And sometimes and oftentimes bad things happen to good people, and really good people, right? And we don't understand it. See, we don't understand a lot of times why things happen the way they do. And we wonder to ourselves, they didn't deserve this. When something happens to a person, a bad thing happens, it's not always karma. Because at the end of the day, although that incident or that loss of a loved one may cause us great pain, there was a reason for that. And oftentimes we don't know the reason. So let's not, I'm not saying this to anybody directly, but let's not get overwhelmed when we can't find the answers, because one day you will find the answer. There's a situation when I broke up with a young lady. Well, she broke up with me. It was kind of not mutual. It was more her than me. I knew that we were growing apart, but I was willing to stay. And we weren't living together or anything. This was like a teenager type thing. But she decided to kind of back away. So I accepted it. Never run after anybody. Look, fellas, if somebody wants to break up with you, what the hell are you doing running them down when obviously they don't want to be bothered with you? You know, I mean, it hurts that you want to say, hey, why? But brother, let it go. If she wants to go, let it go. I'm kind of segueing into something else to come back, and it's not just brothers, you know, because women do things too when they can't accept certain things. When it's legit, not like I was with you, now I want to go, when really I used you. That hurts. And if there's some woman that slashes up your tires and breaks the windows out in the car or spray paints something, I'm not condoning that behavior, but you can't use people. You can't hurt people's feelings like that. That's wrong to do. But when you see some situations where you know this is karma, you don't have to feel sorry for them. because they're getting what they put out into the universe. Not every black man that you see in a wheelchair in the middle of the night is receiving his karma. Sometimes it's just that things happen that way. And my heart reaches out to those who may be on the street, crippled, elderly, in a wheelchair. I was trying to paint a picture here. But there are many who may not be in this predicament, but they're receiving their karma before they leave this plane of existence. And this is the thing. Don't get in the way of karma. Let karma do its work. When you're sure that it's not, lend a helping hand. Let's talk about this particular gentleman. I don't know him, but this is the picture I'm painting. This is the kind of dynamic I want to paint for those people who deserve karma, right? This man, maybe it's not him, but we paint the picture, y'all. Don't get up in the comment section later on. Well, you don't know him? Maybe. No, we're just playing pretend right now with the imagery in front of us. This man emotionally destroyed his wife. This man repeatedly hurt his wife because the word got around on how he wasn't faithful to his wife. This man put more emphasis on drinking on the weekend than paying the mortgage. He knew his wife had his back, but it wasn't because she loved him at this point. It's because they had 5 children to feed. And he put down a little money with her to get that house they had, but it's in shambles. He never thought to be the man to take care of maintaining it. And he just knew that with her little money, I'm not putting down a woman because she makes money. I'm just saying we say that sometime. Because when we say my little money, we all also follow through with saying that we did incredible things. Like to say, yeah, I took this little money. I tell you one thing, I made sure to do something with this, and I raised my children with this money. But this man had a good job. He never paid his family no mind. I mean, the wife is like, well, why did he get married to me? He's not doing the right thing. He knew that she didn't have a real job. But the bottom line is, he knew that she also did hair in the kitchen, as so many of our sisters have. And I'm not putting it down. No, I'm not saying it that way. But he took advantage of her. That was basically supplementary money. So how are you going to go now and not do right with the big money that you make? I know men like that. Work construction, make a lot of money, have good city jobs, and they front like they're good family men, but they're not at all. You're going to get some karma for that. Trust and believe. So this man, he never bothered with his children. He ran out on his wife when she had the stroke from being stressed by him. And so he just left with one of his side chicks. But the side chick thought he was such a good catch. And then realized that, wait a second, you know the saying, how it goes. You never know a person until you live with them. That's so true. Think about that. I mean, this has nothing to do with karma, what I'm about to say. But you know, when you're single, ready to mingle, and you're out there, and you say to yourself, wow, that person looks very attractive. I'd love to date them. I'm interested in them. Remember, there may be some other sides to them that you just don't know. I'm not saying that everybody's like that, where they have an evil, bad side. But every man's, or some people's garbage could be another man's gold. You know, and vice versa. You looking at it like it's gold, but that could be somebody else's garbage that they couldn't wait to get rid of. And so many of us are chameleons. And we bounce from one relationship to the next. And every time it's the other person's fault, never ours. And you get around a whole new set of people and come with the sob story to make yourself look good. But karma is keeping tally of all of your actions. I mean, karma is not like we're saying that this is a spirit and this is this, you know, angel of death and whatever. We're not saying that. We say that as a catchphrase for the perfectly balanced universe that we live in. Perfectly balanced. Okay? And you're not getting away with certain things. Let me tell you, you have people who they do dirt all their life and they always get away with it. They seem to get away with it and they pass on. And some people say, man, he did so much dirt to so many people. Did it seem like, where's God? We were waiting for his downfall for a long time. And he just lived a wonderful life from the surface. But do you know that? And there are many planes to this existence. And while you may run out of the store with stolen goods, even when the two electronic sensors by the door in that department store, in the mall, sound off, the people sound off and say, he deserved karma, but it didn't seem like he got it. You run out of the store with the stolen goods, it seems like you got away with it. But you never know. You jump in the car, the cops are behind you, and you wrap yourself around a pole. Now, what I'm saying is that you transition and get out the store, but there's a divine pole waiting for you to wrap yourself around because you're not going to go to the next level until you graduate properly from the prior level. That is a universal law. Everything is part of a process. Everything. And you can't skip a step in the process. When you look at a pregnant woman, she can't have an accelerated pregnancy. I don't feel like being pregnant for 9 months. Let me pay $1,000 to get this expediting pregnancy pill. We're going to have that baby in 2 weeks. No, there's a process. You have to wait. If you make a Duncan Hines cake mix or Betty Crocker, and it says on the box, you have to keep it in the oven 55 minutes or 45 minutes. Don't take my word for it. I don't know. But whatever it says, if you take it out earlier, it's still going to be sweet, but it'll be sweet cake mix. Doesn't matter to me because I love licking the bowl, but it's not going to be right. So we don't know. There's just one thing I want to say. And I've said this on prior monologues, that when anybody does you wrong, I mean, if they mess around your kids, okay, delete them from this planet. I'm not saying that. But there are other things that people can do to us that's not a matter of life and death. But it's an extreme insult, an extreme situation. They ripped you off for money or whatever. Now, you can judge on that, but don't kill nobody for that. All I'm saying overall is allow karma to do its work. Because you see, you do something now. I'm not going to try to preach to the choir because I've done things that I've gotten away with. So I think, but they were righteous things. You see what I mean? They were righteous things. I saw a dude beating his girlfriend up and took the stroller and kicked it to the side. Little baby hit his head. He ran into the alleyway, and me and two friends of mine ran into the alleyway too. We got him. But that had to be done. But sometimes, see, when you, and this is what I've observed, say you got 100% karma coming to you. But I can't hold it to wait to see it work out the process. I do something to you. It's only probably going to be 10%. of what the full weight of karma would have given to this person. See, the deeds they do, understand, collect interest. What they've done to you, it collects interest. And all the while they can beg for your forgiveness and make restitution. It might be a word to say for an extreme slight that you did on purpose, or it may be paying back that money they ripped you off of over the years and the businesses that you had together. Whatever it takes. Sure, take a person to court. You may need your money. But lots of times, in my maturity now, I say let it go and let karma do its thing. Let it go and let karma do its thing. It may not work fast enough for you, but have a little patience. It may not be for you to see. You might be living your best life in another state, and that person who did something to you is a memory. And while you're laying down in your satin sheets next to your beautiful wife, you wonder, where is this person that did me wrong? It's okay now, because living good is the best revenge. And you don't know it, but he's hungry, in a wheelchair, out in the street, broken down, sees people that he did wrong and tries to hide his face. What a way to go out of here. There's a lot of people who've done me wrong. Just leave them alone. Leave them alone. Let karma do what it has to do, because karma never takes a day off. I flashed this visual. There's a blanket in there. There's a cup, a mug, different types of t-shirts, hoodies, stickers. Down below in the description area, you'll see the link. You can either click it if it's clickable or copy and paste it. Everything is there. Karma never takes a day off. And that's universal. That's universal. That's something that you can't get away from. You get it early or you get it late. Sometimes, and I don't want to get into this debate, sometimes they say sins of the father. I don't know how it exactly goes, but basically will visit the children. That's sad. That's scary. We don't pick our parents, but sometimes things happen down to the generations and we wonder. So that we have to make sure to live a really clean, pristine life so that doesn't fall on us. But if we don't think about that and we carry on, whether we knew that they did bad things or not, so we don't know what's coming down on our bloodline. So we better be extra careful and live in an extra special way, especially since there's so much temptation to get involved in things, so much temptation to get over, so much temptation, to beat the odds, to get over, get more money. Hey man, if you do it this way, people have told me all kinds of things. I remember back in Queens, lived on 134th Street, down the block from Liberty Avenue, between 105 and 107. I'm not there anymore, so people want to go there. They're not stalking me. Love that neighborhood. But people began to move in. Crack had destroyed the home ownership from the parents that had a property to leave as an inheritance for the children that were on crack. They couldn't handle it. There was one person who sold the hugest corner lot property. This thing must have had, for the neighborhood, it was like huge. 7 bedrooms? It almost took up the whole narrow end of the block because it was on a corner. Huge yard. Sold the house for $5,000. $5,000 because of crack. Look at that. The parents worked so hard to maintain and purchase, and over the years, raise some brothers and sisters, and left that property to that particular daughter and she goes out and sells it. To me, it's going to be a kind of reverse karma. Not because reverse meaning that the parents did anything wrong, but because the parents worked so hard and dedicated their life to raising a family with such a wholesome household. That child, we can say, well, they were on drugs. I don't care. $5,000? I wouldn't even want no part of that deal to take advantage of. Some people say, well, it's a dog-eat-dog world. You have nothing to do with that. Get it. You can do something good with it. I don't know. I just like to stay away from certain things. But we have different types of, how can I put it, violations that we can do. Abandonment. Men who abandon their wives and children may believe they can escape responsibility, but karma has a way of catching up with them. Emotional wounds run deep, and the pain caused by abandonment can manifest in various ways, affecting the abandoner's relationships and personal well-being. The guilt alone. You're young and you're dashing and you're making babies everywhere. Maybe it wasn't for you to marry this particular person, but do right by your children. We have financial exploitation. Those are individuals who manipulate senior citizens for their life savings. They're playing a dangerous game. Karma often ensures that ill-gotten wealth comes at a higher cost, with financial misfortune or legal consequences awaiting those who prey on the vulnerable. Isn't that something though? When they say drug money never really lasts, or you're taking advantage of senior citizens for their life savings, they're already on a limited income. And here you go as a shark coming on and saying, well, if you invest this and you invest that, and they believe in you, and you're lying to them, and you leave them holding a bag, an empty bag. And how could you drive off in your luxury car that they worked so hard to attain that money to live on for the rest of their life? You know, you have different types of pensions. It's not always where you get a check for the rest of your life. Those days are quickly over. People are getting lump sums, and you got the 401ks that really are not, to me, all that. But if you can get it, get whatever you can get. But we're living in a different world. And people who are sharks like that do not care. You know what you're doing. You know this person is damn near eating dog food to survive, and they're getting a little check, and it's only paying for their dwelling. The clothes that they have, they can't really afford to buy new things. They're not trying to be fashionable, but you can tell those shoes are worn. You can tell that TV needs replacing. You say, oh, a TV's not important, but it's a senior citizen. Back up, man. They don't go nowhere. Most of their friends probably passed on. The social life is diminishing. And stability, they may not have all the way. And you're going to go and take their money like that? Let me stand up here. It always comes, maybe, I don't know. I'm always doing this. Maybe like at the 30-minute mark, I want to stand up. Let's shift gears and let's stand up. Speak some truth. Put my screen back here so I can see it a little bit better. Oh, hold on a second. I love this stand up. All the years I drove the bus, you can't drive the bus standing up. So it's like, wow, every chance I get to stand up, I stand up. I love it. Let me take this out of the stand. I want to freestyle this bad boy. Like the way I started out the show. Y'all thought I was going to break out rapping. Don't lie. I know you did. We have betrayal. Betraying a friend or loved one may offer short-term gains, but karma has a long memory. Trust is a delicate bond, and those who shatter it may find themselves isolated and abandoned when they need support the most. Never forget that. But you know, when we're young, even some of us who get old. Oh, I got a story to tell, but I don't really want to tell it right now. It's a story of betrayal, but it's a current story. So I'm going to wait for it to saute and simmer before I come out with it. But I'm telling you, if you keep your eyes open, signs will come to you. You have to keep your eyes open and your filters clean. And you can't allow the emotion of when somebody does you wrong to clog your filters. Yes, they did you wrong. But the advantage and the victory is to have a clear mind and don't let yourself become toxic because of what they did to you. And that's hard to do. I'll admit that. That is one of the hardest things to do. They do you wrong. You mad at them, but you got to try to not swallow the anger, not ignore it, but deal with it and look at the overall. That if you go for the instant karma done by your hands, it won't be as powerful and it won't be as sweet as when karma herself does it to them. And it may take a while, but karma has worked around me so much. And I have to say, every week I invite karma out to dinner because I want to be in good graces. I don't want karma coming for me unexpected, calling me up. Hello, Lance. Hey, karma, what's going on? I really appreciate you for that meal at the restaurant, but this is of a more serious matter. Well, what are you talking about? Well, remember back in 1984, I'm seeing on my karma list there's something we have to take care of. Are you going to make amends to that person you punched in the face? Well, they spit in mine. Yeah, but they're having problems now. You know what I mean? You never know. This creation that we're in never forgets. And you can never forget. You don't have the ability to erase your memory. And it's your memory. This is what I know. I don't know how to explain it. But I've said it before on other shows. You know how sometimes people say, well, I was having a near-death experience, which really should be the beginning of a new level, new life. And in just a short time, my life flashed ahead of me and I experienced every moment, but it was so quick. Yeah, I believe that's to be the truth. Don't know how to say it, but everything you did is stored in your memory. Every little thing you did that nobody saw, every little, carnal thing you did that nobody saw, all those things are stored away and you can't get away from it. Teddy Pendergrass had a song in the late 70s. You can't hide from yourself. Doom, 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 doom. Oh man, I missed the 70s. I got to find a way to play music live where we don't get copyright strikes or they don't silence us. Remember the show that we did with Neil Frazier and we played somebody's video and it just went dead? It's their content. Cool. We understand that. But where can we go except in person and play the music? What are we going to have house parties now? They're going to be like, you have to pay extra because it's a copyright strike. You're playing the music in your house. It's getting tight out here. People are getting desperate. Then you have workplace deception. Colleagues who engage in deceit and sabotage may temporarily rise through the ranks, but karma has a way of revealing the truth. Eventually, their actions may lead to professional downfall, damaged reputations, and strained personal relationships. Come on now. You know people who do things on the job. They might be real good buddies with somebody up who's in administration or an immediate supervisor who gives them favors over other people. It could be smaller things. It could be larger things. But in the workplace, some people feel they can do just about anything they want or try to put themselves in that position. I don't know if I told you the story. when I worked at Home Depot. Yeah, I told before, but maybe you weren't there when I told the story. Let me just check and make sure the sound is good because I have not been seeing the chat room or my grid. So let me just look at this. But yeah, I was in the floor and wall department. And they had tile and carpet, basically. You had the products that go along with tile, the mortar, the grout, the acrylic additives that you put to the mortar, and the grout sealer, and how all these things work together. So I had an idea, great idea of that stuff. I knew more about wood flooring, but I did tile work before. I must say pretty good. I'll say it this way. Madam Whip-Ass is going to come back on the show, and she's going to tell you how I did an excellent tile job in her kitchen in her condo. That was years ago though, right? But that was my thing. But here I am, rolling carpet, the carpet machine that at the push of a button just has the carpet come out and it has this thing slice the carpet. It was broken. It was a Saturday. This is New York City. This was the only Home Depot in New York City at the time. This was 1994. And they didn't open the Brooklyn store yet. Some of the Home Depots, I don't know if it's still true, but when they first opened, a lot of them in the metropolitan area in New York City were 24 hours. 24 hours out here in West Bubble Hill, the Home Depot closed at 7. That's because nobody lives there that much. The bottom line is, it was busy, and we had our own assistant managers and what do they call it? Department heads, department managers that were more hands-on. And so if there was an issue, they would deal with us. But of course, it's a big store and you have other managers walking through the aisles, and they are still a manager. If they're a manager over plumbing and they walk through the aisle and they ask you to do something, you have to do it. They don't have to know about your products and so on and so forth. But they usually didn't do that. They would ask you first, like, okay, what's this, what's that? Okay, do this, do that, whatever. Okay, no problem. I didn't have a problem with anybody. I came to work every day, always gave more than what most people would expect. So I didn't have any problems. Told a lot of jokes. Folks love working with me. We had fun. Y'all know me. I was crazy back then. You know, we had fun. Oh, Lance, you called out, man. I was looking forward to, you know. I ran into my friend, like I said, Gino, the tile guy. He knows everything about tiles. He's the tile god. And me and him, we raised hell in that store in a fun way because we had fun with the customers, fun with each other. And this particular guy named Robert, he was an assistant manager, and he was a department head at first. So he got promoted to assistant manager. And this guy, you could tell, hey, listen, white boys got these words sometimes that black folks don't use, but they used to call him a dweeb. He's a dweeb. That is not a good word. I don't care what you call me. Don't call me no dweeb. I don't know what it is, but it don't sound right. Hey, guy, he's a dweeb. What do you expect from him? So he walks through my aisle. And although I stopped training in bodybuilding in April of 1985 after my last competition, this was 9 years later, but I was living clean. I was very active. So my musculature was still evident. I look younger than my actual years. I'm going to find this old passport picture. I think it was back from 97. Yo, you'll be like, yo, Lance, you aged. Because I swear, that was 97. I was 34. I could have passed at 22, 21. Seriously. So there was a lot. It was even worse back then. So he always had a thing. I remember this supervisor, Robert, that same one, who wasn't a supervisor over my area. He always had the eye on me, not on the down low way, but just like a manhood level, because he was a dweeb, whatever that is. I'm walking through the aisles, I'm in the break room, or in the bathroom, at the urinal, He comes in there. I don't greet people when they have their penises in their hand. It's just something gay about that. I can't do it. Hey, guy, unless I know you, I'm walking out of there, but I'm not going to introduce myself. Hi, how you doing? I'm not trying to shake your hand. You better shake that thing and wash your hands. But there's always a weird vibe about him on me. And I'm not paranoid that way, where he's looking at me and he doesn't like me. I don't care whether you like me or not. It's not going to stop me from doing what my mission is. So anyway, it was crowded this day on this Saturday. It was busy. Supervisors running up and down the aisle. Cashiers had other people waiting. They're running to check the price on something. Announcements are being made. Break room, clear it out. We need you on the floor. Crazy. And everything decides not to work. So you have the, what was it? It's like a lift that you can go on and get the heavy bags of mortar and some tiles from top. And doot, 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 it brings you down like an accordion. That was broke. I'm rolling out tile. There's somebody who wanted 40 boxes of tile from way up top. So we had the tall ladder. I mean, the tall ladder. And I had to run up and down and get those tiles while cutting the rug. They had to wait because it was an order that had to go out. So I was the only one in the aisle. Everybody poking me with their booger finger. There was one dude dug out his nose and tried to, I smacked his hand out the way. Why did you smack me? I said, you're not wiping no boogers on me. Excuse me. Can you tell me about? And I'm high capacity. When it comes time to talking to people, I can handle 10, 15 people. Okay, what do you need? Okay, boom, over there. You got to get this product with this. But that was like podcast training, dealing with the customer service with all of that. But it was a bit overwhelming, but I was handling it. So I went down to roll more carpet because that machine was broke. When it's busy, everything is broke. And here comes Robert. And I had brought down, so I thought, 40 boxes of 12 by 12 tile. They were like 10 or 12 in a box. And you got to walk down and hold this. I wouldn't say I was physically fit. I was beyond physically fit, even though I stopped training. The strength was still there, like it is now, but a little less because I'm 60 years old. So he came to tell me I needed to go up there and get 2 more. I'm on my knees, cutting this carpet, handling with the customer. I'm like, listen, I wasn't even trying to be funny with the man, but I was like, listen, that's going to have to wait right now. I've got to finish up and clear up this aisle. Is the truck ready to take this order? Because the customer was ready for some special thing they had to get. It was a delay, and they made a special consideration to not, like, because deliveries took 3 to 5 days. Because they messed up on the time, they want to make sure it's delivered right now. So now he's acting up. I'm on my knees, rolling the carpet, and I just stretched my back up a little bit because I was bending over for all those tiles and I was aching. So I put my finger up to the customer. I said, listen, give me a second. I got to stretch my back. Because I had a side nerve slip disc back in 84 and it always kept acting up. So I'm straightening up. And he's like, I told you, we need 2 more boxes of the towel. And as I stood up, he's standing behind me. And I feel his knee in my back. Now, like I said, well, let things go. Let karma get them. I wasn't thinking that way. I wasn't going to lose my job. But this dweeb, as the white boys call it, he got under my last nerve. So I stood up. I was a little taller than him. I'm 5'10", maybe shrunk a little bit because I'm older. But I was intimidating when I want to be. And I stopped everything. He's staring me down. And I got in his face. I didn't say anything. It's just about an inch between my nose and his. And I stared at him. He tried to act tough and stare back. I'm staring at this guy. The customer's like, oh my God, this black, big, muscular nigga's gonna kill this guy. I told him I thought so. I had to say something, but I didn't say nothing bad. So I turned around and I started rolling the carpet again. He runs off and tries to get me in trouble, written up. What was the charge? What did I do wrong? Inappropriate behavior. What did I do? You stared at me. I'm not supposed to look at you. I was about to say something, but I changed my mind. And another guy got the two boxes of tiles and brought them down. That wasn't good enough for him. He'd walk down the aisle days after, staring me down. I'm staring him down. I was out in the parking lot and I saw him coming. So I got out of my car and started walking his way in the dark parking lot. He turned around and ran back. I had him psyched. But here it is. In his arrogance, he made friends because, he's an assistant manager now. So those guys are jockeying to be the store manager. So it's really dog eat dog world in that world. We're going to tell a little karma story here about the dweeb named Robert. So anyway, there was a young lady who, I think she worked the switchboard for the calls coming in. And there was another man who was an older guy, white hair, probably in the 60s, but strong. One of them old white men with them big, thick forearms. And they always roll it up so you can see. I might be old, but I have a grip here. You don't want to mess with me. I cannot go 15 rounds, but I'll give you hell for one. You don't want to try because you're like, whoa. But he was a nice guy. He always liked me. And he was a straight up guy. If he told you something, that's exactly how it went. So he was working in this little office area, switchboard, answering phone calls and rerouting the calls as necessary. Maybe to one of the cashiers, maybe to one of the assistant managers, any part of that floor and wall department. Some people want to ask an associate a question. So he would do this. And he also worked with this young lady, young white girl. She had a young white girl shape, which to the white boys were appealing. Ain't nothing like a sister, but for her and her staying, you know what I mean? She was what they like. So Robert was always seen talking to her. And, we have people that are our favorites, and sometimes we know a person out of the job, and on our breaks, we kind of lean toward being around them a whole lot. But the rumor has it that Robert would come up on his days off and wait in the parking lot. And she'd come out. She's working on her break, get into his car, and her head disappears. Now, I'm not going to go any further with that. We're going to keep this PG-13. So it was obvious there were more sightings. So Robert had his wife at home, his loving wife that always came to the company functions, and he's skedaddling around with this young lady. If I can call her a lady, I'm just being nice. So he got really brazen with it. I heard he was in the floor and wall area when I was off. And you know how you have those big oriental rugs? They're real big. And they're kind of fluffy and heavy and everything. They shed a little bit. And you got to pull it back. It's a big thing hanging. Well, they caught him on camera late one night. He ran in between the rugs and she ran in there and got down on her knees. They were brazen, the arrogance. He felt powerful. He's an assistant manager and he's having the time of his life. I don't give a damn about anybody. I rule this thing. Well, anyway, he came to work one day and he thought that she wasn't working, but she was called in to work. So she was in that little switchboard area. And the other older, strong white man, who I think he was in the service too, and he knew all these ways to kill you, in some kind of special ops or whatever. So those guys, you don't mess with them. I don't care if they're 85, they'll get you. I know 22 ways to poke your eyeball out, okay? Don't mess with me. So she had her back turned and he opened the door to greet her. They're having a wonderful relationship as far as he thought, you know what I mean? The barrels of his gun were emptied quite often, if you know what I mean. So she didn't realize that he opened the door. And she was having a little hot, steamy conversation with somebody, but it wasn't him. See, she was single. She could do what she wanted. But he was married, and he stepped out, and he caught feelings because the thing that she was doing to him was feeling real good, and he got territorial in his arrogance. But he was still arrogant the whole time with other people. But now he was upset that he caught her talking to another man. Well, it wasn't hard for him to have his mind change with a little servicing, if you know what I mean. He was still upset, but he still dealt with her. She was giving him the good treatment. Hey, if she's this way, I'll roll with it. But what happened was he found out that some other guy came to pick her up. And he had his little watchdogs, his little buddies. Hey, man, your girl messed with another guy. He came up in this car. He shot up there because he lived close. And he followed him off the property and beat her down. Beat her down. That's not your woman. What you doing? Well, the guy was interested in her on a different level. Maybe he didn't know that she was, community receptacle, right? When he found out that this man did that, Mr. Dweeb got his ass beat down to the point where there was tubes all up out of his nose. He was in the hospital for almost 2 months. He was near death. Near death. Near death. He had a lot of time to think about it. But the story came out. So he came back, healed up, broke up though, walking with limps and all kind of aches and pains. But his wife left him. And he couldn't come back to the job because there were charges put on him from him beating her down, and he couldn't locate the people because it was people. This other man got people to do something to him. So he got his karma. He got his karma for how he treated me. It added up, and he got it all in one lump sum. Some people get their karma in installments, but they could never get on their feet. It's always something to hold them down. You see what I mean? It's a hell of a thing. Let me go back and check this other screen. And I don't know why so many people start calling me when I'm on a show. Hey, Lance is on the show. Let me give him a call. Hey, Lance, how you doing? What are you doing right now? Well, and I know they know. I'm not doing anything. Wait a second. I thought you were doing a show. Then why the hell are you calling me? Unless I said the lines are open. Workplace deception. Cruelty to animals. Those who mistreat animals often underestimate the karmic consequences of their actions. Animal cruelty reflects a lack of empathy and compassion, and such individuals may find themselves facing adversity in unexpected ways, both physically and emotionally. I'll say mentally and spiritually also. Bullying. Bullies who derive pleasure from tormenting others may believe they are invincible, but karma often intervenes. As they sow seeds of negativity, they may find themselves isolated, facing consequences for their hurtful actions and struggling to build meaningful connections. Because just like on the banner, that loneliness when you get older, life is so different. I'm just going to say, look, if you're 15 years old and listening to this, you can't go back 20 years. I understand that. If you're 30 years old, you can go back a few years. I understand that. When you get up in 40 and 50 and 60, and you have much more of a memory or track record of things that you could remember, when you think back to how you really thought. I'm not saying this is anything bad you did. The point I just want to prove is that wherever you find yourself in life right now, is this where you really wanted to be from way back? I'm not saying it's a bad place to be. It could be a good place to be. But the way we thought when we were 18 years old is not the way you think when you're 40. What you think of when you're 40 ain't the way you thinking when you're 60. It could be similar if you're going down the right track, but the actual circumstances, because realistically, I'm happy where I am in West Africa, in Ghana. I love the flow. I love how I can be in touch with myself, the atmosphere. And there's obstacles here, most definitely, right? But if you came to me in, let's say, December 1st, 2013, and said, you know, you're going to be living in Africa, I'm like, what? I would have loved the idea, but maybe I wasn't all the way seeing it, because there's certain things and factors in my life that had to present themselves even more. And I wouldn't have been shocked. I would have welcomed it, but I wouldn't, the jump would have been more now. So for me, in 2020, to make the leap after visiting here first in 2019, it's a gradual process. Now, if you told me 40 years ago, December 1st, 1983, I was the same Lance, but I was not the same Lance. I wouldn't have understood it. If the me of today went back and said, listen, trust me, you need to start, you know, have your little fun, because I remember what you did, but you ain't do it yet. But keep your mind open to this. Maybe you can get to this point a lot faster with investments. Let me guide you. Oh, I wish I can go back. So where you may be in a good place right now, it's not quite exactly what you thought 20 and 30 years ago. Not exactly. Because the further away the time, the more foggy it is, because you got something in front of you to do, which influences your thinking for right now. Let's take the young guy getting out of high school. He's in high school, just getting out of high school. Maybe he doesn't want to go to college. He just wants to get a civil service job, a government job, just work that out, right? In his mind, he's dying to get that apartment. He's dying to get that car, that brand new car, because his mind is still in a place of wanting to impress the women, wanting to impress. He didn't see no further than a nice place that he can invite women over to, and a nice car that he can impress them with, and a nice job to have money. But as the years went by and he went through heartaches, setbacks, disappointments, it kind of corralled all of that excess energy to be focused, and for him to say, let me do something that lasts. You got to get around. You got to have a little place. I understand that. But I'm not putting the weight on that anymore as much. It's not as important to me. Think about the things that many decades ago, if you can go back that far, were important to you, really important to you. You were tearing your hair out, trying to get it so bad. And now it's like, how foolish was I? It's wisdom. It comes in time. And of course, I like nice things, but I'm not going to put myself out for something so superficial. You see what I mean? That's the way it is. But with karma, there's so many ways to earn it, for it to knock on your door. Then we have environmental exploitation. Individuals who exploit the environment without regard for the consequences may find that karma extends beyond personal boundaries. Climate change, ecological imbalances, and natural disasters may eventually impact those who contribute to environmental degradation. I just stick my little slant in there. America, the UK, places where those people live, where they've exploited the darker peoples of the world. See, some of us will live in the United States, and that's not a crime. Some of us live here in the motherland. That's not a crime. But sometimes we have to think about distancing ourselves from the oppressor, because it's the same way. If you foolishly stand next to somebody on a street corner that has a hit on their life, Why would you do that? You can't just leave America. I understand that. But just understand that when the weather starts to act crazy, that those who have exploited everybody else, brought us over here, exploited those who are over there, whether you say we were here, there, the planet is Africa, black people are all over the world, so let's not even get into that. But no matter what you say you are, you're melanated and you were exploited. So when this weather rouses up crazy, because it's funny, you know, I used to live in Florida for 19 years, right? What was it 37 years, 38 years in New York and 19 in Florida? And within that 19, there was a couple little detours here and there. I'll admit that's another story. But I was in the place where the hurricanes were coming to hit. Hurricane this, hurricane that. God, dog, hurricanes one after the other. I felt like the bowling pins in the bowling alley, and somebody in Africa was throwing a bowling ball of a hurricane across the Atlantic. Sometimes it hit, sometimes it missed. Fast forward now, here I am in a place where the hurricanes are leaving here, but they're not hurricanes. They're little tropical systems, but they grow and grow and grow in the same path of the ships that carried our ancestors. Ain't that something? That's amazing to me. So to be over here, it's like, you know, hurricanes? You may have a tornado here and there that's really like a freak thing. You have crazy, powerful storms that can just come out of nowhere because I'm up in the mountains. Then they're gone. But this place, and these homes where they build them in Africa, solid concrete, cinder blocks all the way up, solid poured steel reinforced floors. Ain't no jumping up and down and you hear anybody. Soundproof damn near, except for the windows. What I'm saying is that karma can come in many ways. In America, those who exploited it, the people, the resources, the power, being unfair, they got blood on their hands. Not my people who are there, but those who partake in that. And some of the people who look like us, who are part of that system, who don't care about us because they're this thing called the boule. Y'all know them people. Them people who act like they part of y'all, giving out turkeys and coming to the churches and act a certain way, and they selling you out. The boule. B-O-U-L-E. The black boule. Them little buggers. Them little buggers are slimy. And they, more than anybody else, they gonna get it first because they're part of the same exploitation as our oppressors, and they actually sold us out even more. You're supposed to be about your people, man. And you're gonna sell us out. Overall, I'm speaking in general now, just to have favor in a wicked system that's gonna die. You come to the front of the line first, you little coons, little spineless coons. You help to maintain and deceive the people for the favor of that demon who benefits from it all. I can't think of anything lower than that. I can't think of anything lower than that. The black boule, you gatekeepers. I said it. I always said it. That's why I'm shadow banned on YouTube. Got a couple more I want to say. And in another 54 minutes, we're going to go live with Dr. Day. So I'm not going to push it too much, because in actuality, I only had one bite of food today. I did a lot of work. The day flew by quick. But I knew I was going to do this show. And I said, let me go ahead after all the work, because I slid into home base with this show because I had so much that I had to do, which is good. I feel accomplished. But let me continue on. Karma never takes a day off. Never does. If it doesn't get you now, it's going to get you eventually. It's working on somebody else now. Go ahead. Karma has you marked. You ain't getting nowhere. And if you think death is going to help you to escape it, we don't know what's on the other side, but there could be somebody waiting for you there too. Just like when you speeding and it's a chase. And they have reason to believe that this is the police, that you're part of a crime. We have reasonable suspicion. So now, here you go. You're in upstate New York. And there's a part of upstate New York on the other side of the George Washington Bridge that touches New Jersey as one landmass because it's an imaginary borderline. So you think, I'm going to get out of New York. And this is not New York City, this is New York State. But get away from them cops. And as soon as you cross over into Jersey, they've been alerted. They're waiting for you too. This is why when, to me, people who have lived peaceful lives, they may have made some light mistakes and they've made amends for those mistakes. When they transition, if they have the luxury of a transition bed, which people call deathbed, I hate to say deathbed because that's the beginning of a new era, a new time. You're being launched off into something. Hell, where did we come from? We were scared to come here. We were crying when we came here. Right? So it's a process. We don't know. We can't even comprehend it. You look at nature, you trust in the process because nature is perfect. Every part of nature has a season and a process. This thing is so powerful. You should not fear transition. But those who have lived peaceful lives, those who weren't there to ruffle anybody's feathers or take anything that didn't belong to them or gossip on anybody and try to ruin somebody's reputation, all of those things, all the things that listed above, we know life. When they transition, guess what? It's peaceful. It's almost loving. They smile, they may shed a tear because they know they're going. And they're going to miss you until you join them on whatever level if you do the right thing here. And even though you're shedding a tear, it's a beautiful experience, just like childbirth. It's just childbirth from the other side. See what was happening before you got here. What did you leave before you got here? Did they call that death? At the moment of conception, and you began your process of living here. See, I think things like that. And you came in not knowing the bright lights. You're crying. It's cold because your mother's womb was so warm. You heard her heartbeat. You heard her voice. And now this white man's in the hospital smacking you upside down. And it's all this light. Come on, man. It's like, what kind of life is this? I should have known. But you take that person who had evil in their heart, who never really wanted to do anything good for anybody, and they were just so greedy, materialistic, lustful, hated to see when anybody had any kind of gain. See, I know people like that, and they know how to act nice too. I know a woman who really and truly, she has a sizable amount of money. A lot of money. A whole lot of money. I don't care. That's what she earned. That's what she inherited. I don't envy anybody. What's for me is for me. But time after time, over the years, I noticed that this woman would get resentful. You could see it in her face. Her whole demeanor would change if somebody who worked a minimum wage job saved up enough money to finally get the handbag that she wanted to get, and it was on sale. And this woman who was worth millions several times over, kind of discreetly and secretly, but I knew. I wasn't into anybody's business, but I knew. She was highly upset and would go to that same store to show off to this person that she can go there and buy 4 of those bags in different colors if she want to and have it sitting out. What kind of mess is this? You're blessed to have money like that. And instead of looking to go and aid someone, I don't mean just give it away to anybody. Oh, I'm gonna smoke some crack now. She's a fool. She gave me all this money. We're not saying that. But wake up knowing that you didn't wake yourself up. You didn't control your heartbeat. If the order is for your heart to stop beating, you're going to be on the floor soon. You don't run this. And this is with the people who receive karma. Theoretically, like the man in the wheelchair, they forget in their arrogance that they're on borrowed time that's limited. We all are. 5 years from now, things are going to look different with our peers. Some may be gone. Some may be saying, oh, remember that guy, LANCESCURV? Hopefully not. I don't know. I can't concern myself with. I was gifted with today. Let me maximize what I'm doing today. So maybe the real powers that be will say he's utilizing his time proper. Let's give him another day. Let's give him a long life as long as he stays on his trajectory where karma doesn't have a whole lot on her list for him to pay for. See? Don't even get caught up with these people who continue to do the slight things against your reputation. Stand back. You see it. Unless it's a matter of life and death, remember, if you don't do anything, you'll be rewarded for your restraint. And again, if they're messing with your kids or your life is in danger, snuff them. Snuff them. I'll do it. I'll do it for you if I'm in the presence. But if it's something that doesn't require that, you actually increase the sentence of karma on their lives because you step back and say, you know what? I trust in karma. I trust in this system. I trust in how balanced this world is because even though I may not know the creator's name, somebody had to make this thing and it's perfectly balanced in nature. And I know you're going to get what's coming to you for the pain that you caused. If you are truly what you say, spiritually enlightened, a couple of the things in the borderline and gray area, you can let it go. I don't mean let it go and just, oh, every time they come around me, they steal something. So I'm going to just let it go and let them keep coming. No, you don't do that. You keep these people away from you. You keep them away from you. They don't deserve your company. They don't deserve your presence. You don't think you're better than them, but you can't have people walking all over you either. You see? It's crazy. Ooh. I hope karma don't come see me for the way I was carrying on 40 years. But let me just say it anyway. Cheating and infidelity. Individuals who engage in cheating or infidelity may cause immense pain to their partners. Karma in this context can manifest as broken relationships, emotional turmoil, and the potential for experiencing similar betrayal in their own lives. Ain't that something? How the cheater always thinks somebody they with is cheating on them. That's their mind. And as it was said earlier, in many videos that I kept running into, and on this show, somebody in the chat room was saying, hell is in the mind. You see? So lots of times in your mind, you're in hell already because of the way that you lived. And I've learned that. Observing people. The gossip thinks everybody's talking about them. The person who's the thief thinks everybody's trying to steal from them. The cheater thinks his woman or whoever he's with is cheating on him. In your mind, you're going to experience this hell, which may not be the hell that the Bible speaks about. And I know there's more torment for you, but it's sort of a pre-hell, a little warm-up hell, a little getting to know you hell. Getting to know you. Discrimination and prejudice. Those who perpetuate discrimination and prejudice may create a toxic environment for themselves. Karma may manifest as societal backlash. missed opportunities, or personal struggles that challenge their biased perspectives. This whole racism thing, they get it. They get it. Oh, but like I was saying, with the person who lived a peaceful life, the person who didn't, I almost forgot that part. The person who didn't do right owes karma a lot of debt, karmic debt. On their transition bed or their deathbed, they cussing and screaming, and they seeing things sitting on the side of the bed ready to take them. They're crying out. They're cussing people out that they knew 40 and 50 years ago. And it's not pleasant at all. Ask anybody who may have worked as a home aide, visiting nurse, or in a nursing home of that capacity. Time and time again, you experience a person transitioning. It can almost be beautiful, and it can be downright evil and hellish, to the point where those workers who work in that capacity, they understand that there is an afterlife. They understand that there is karma. The way you live your life is what's going to happen as you begin to transition, and you will see it before you leave, unless you go in some bad accident that takes you out of here. But if you're conscious, you have a conscious mind, and you're aware that your time is near, and you lived a jacked up life where you just stepped all over everybody to get what you want, you didn't care about anybody, it was all about you, well, guess what? You're going to find out. And there's nobody who can save you. When you're sitting up in the bed and you start seeing things around you, and you still see your family, but you see these other things that they don't see. And you panic and you call out to them, but they can't see what you see. And you're slipping away, and you see the portals opening for you to go through. And you couldn't walk for a few months, and you realize you're on your feet. But wait a second, I'm not on my feet. My body's in the bed. Look at my family crying over my body because I transitioned. And look at these things waiting to take me somewhere. I can't go with you, but they too strong. You're screaming and they don't hear you. Your loved ones are in shock because they see through the way you transition, the life you lived. The people in there like, I don't care. Your mama and your father died. Your father, I don't care. That's so it go. Yeah? You little bitch, you got something waiting for you. You got something waiting for you. So many people, they know they have the guilt inside of them, but they're narcissistic and they walk around tough, acting tough. But what you gonna do when it's time for you to go? No matter what you say your philosophy is, this world, not the man-made world, but the Creator's world, is perfectly balanced mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally. And I don't care how tough you act. You don't know where you're going. You can't tell me what the next step is. Just like that person who's in court, sentenced to death. For that person, maybe they made a mistake and they accepted for what they did, but they really didn't have a bad heart. Maybe it's something that they did in self-defense. Who knows? They move forward without the guilt, without the toxicity, and without the trail of bodies left in their rear. This is why, for me, to be at peace and to be away from the hustle and bustle, from the spirits, from the things that want to entangle you and pull you into their drama and their confusion. I keep myself physically away from it. I've always done that when I was in the States, but now I'm a foreigner in another country, but this is my adopted home. So the language barrier, oftentimes, even though most people speak English, it doesn't bother me. Nature is a universal language. So when I see the birds and when I see the rabbits and the lizards and They don't care if I came from a different part of the world. It's the same vibration, and it vibrates higher. I don't want to be part of the confusion. I'm winding down, not to wind down to get on up out of here. There's nothing that I'm holding secret as far as some illness or something. No. But I know I'm eventually going to go. And I want to make right with karma. I want to enjoy the peace. I want to seek out maybe the ones I did wrong. I made peace in my heart because you're not going to be able to get everybody. Some people transition, some people move away, never to be seen again. See? So it's a heck of a process. Let me see something here. Oh, I left this screen up. I didn't mean to leave the screen up that long. Sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to leave it up that long. It's good people can see. I'm not going to do that with every show, but some shows with catchy statements, karma never takes a day off. I like that. So let me do a little something extra here. Whenever I do have a catchy statement, we're going to do something like that. The link is below in the description area, and you copy and paste that and see it's a bunch of things that bear that thing. And somebody said it. I'm trying to figure out who said it. I figured out half of the profits are yours. But my last little point I want to speak about is greed and exploitation. Individuals driven solely by greed may amass wealth at the expense of others. However, karma may intervene in the form of financial setbacks, loss of social standing, or a deep sense of emptiness that accompanies a life devoid of genuine human connection. Genuine human connection. You hear that? That's nice. How many people come around you? I don't mean anybody specifically. I'm just saying this in general. They come around you. They're not seeking genuine human connection. They may want to get to your connections. They may want to get to you because you make them look good because you know this famous person. A lot of our motivations and agendas are not always wholesome. And like I said on the other show, and I'll be doing shows tomorrow where I want to speak on some things. I like the spiritual warfare kind of talk and the tactics involved and how to defend yourself. I kind of like that kind of talk because it's a universal thing that as we get older, we realize that it's a war that we're already in. And we got to be right with ourselves. I'm not saying, well, you got to be right before Jesus come. No, I'm saying in this war, you better have your armor on. That ain't no Bible talk. That's the truth. And to be specific, the Bible has a lot of powerful things in there. So I'm not going to reject that because of how it's been tampered with. I'm not into any religion that's going to lead me into any oppression. I don't care who it is that speaks truth. The vessel that spoke the truth may not be all the way right with themselves, but I have the sense enough to see that this person spoke truth. They may be speaking psychobabble in the next 2 hours, but that one moment there, they said something that was phenomenal, and I take the good and leave the bad or what I can't use. We're too absolute in this world. Even there's some pastors out here that are pimp preachers. And for a moment, they will say something so profound. It doesn't mean you have to attach yourself to that ministry, but you say, man, that was true. What he said was true. He's definitely flawed. He don't mean no good, but good can come out of situations where it may seem bad. Take the good and leave what you can't use. Because if you live where you're waiting for everything to be 100% perfect, you're going to be waiting for a long time. Just the same way when you're waiting for a bus that's late, and the last bus is supposed to be at midnight, and here you are at 1:30 waiting at the bus stop. At what point do you realize that you have to begin to walk? Because you're not going to get home because that bus is not showing up. And no matter how much money you have in your pocket, whose feet is it that's walking you home? Yours. So please take care of your feet. Because at the end of the day, while we have acquaintances, we have a circle of friends that may be tight. Keep it tight, y'all. Some of them are frauds. Some of them are cheap fillers only to take the ride for a time. It'll show up, but it'll show up faster in your heart and in your spiritual eyes, that third eye, that gift of discernment, when you keep your filters clean. Because this game ain't no joke. In this life, time flies by so fast. Look at the man in the wheelchair who's facing his karma of doing others so bad. And for those who just came in, that's just an illustration. We're just projecting that to make a point. Maybe the family members who treated him bad, if he was a nice man to his family and friends, they're going to get the karma for leaving him out there. See, we don't know. We don't know how they arrived to that point. Sometimes we'll never know. But all we can do is look out for ourselves and say, hey, when karma visits, it's only because karma is going to go out to the restaurant and eat with me, not because I owe a debt. You ever pay a bill and you get a statement in the mail, or you get an email stating that you owe this bill that you know that you paid? You get angry, but it's a knowing thing. Now, listen, I know I paid this bill. You don't get scared. Well, maybe I didn't, because you know you did. The bank sent me an email talking about your account went below zero. Are you crazy? There's money in there. May not be $1 million, but no, you can't tell me that. And contacted them, and it was a mistake. Of course it is. When you know yourself, you know that you're not going to take certain things around you. If you're a follower, if you're weak, if you're not meditating and connecting with yourself, you open for all kinds of things. You'll be led down so many different roads, and you'll always be looking to the external for your answers. The answers are not out there. Oh, that looked like a nice church that I can attend. I hear they got the strong word in there. Well, maybe they do. But like in an earlier conversation, and I've said it before, why do you want to run into a burning house? Do you go hang out on Friday night or Saturday night at the emergency room? People are got colds and flu and sicknesses. The air is thick. How many people been to the emergency room and it really smelled good in there? Even if they spray something to keep the air clean, it's a stench. Well, you know there's sickness there. And there's a spiritual aspect to that. I'm not blaming the people. But like you have your spiritual eyes, you got your spiritual nose. And I've seen many elders tell me they can smell sin. See, we all receive information differently. On the wrap up, I'm going to say this. We all receive it differently. Some people will tell the teacher or professor, listen, I'm not seeing this. Some will say, listen, I'm not hearing you. I'm not feeling this. They tell you how they learn. So with the spiritual gifts, it's a thing where we all have a different propensity, a different strength. And there are people out here who are good now. They don't open their mouth about what they can see, but they know. And it can also come from a very unexpected place. I've had people walk up to me in the street. I might have been with a young lady. It was no long-term thing. We just trying to get through that night. But we hanging out. And she walks up to me. Don't you go home with that woman if you want to live. And what? Could be setting you up. There are a lot of times in my life that I just miss being set up by women. Those other stories we'll talk about. All right. But it's starting to rain and I have a whole bunch of windows open. And I was going to wrap it down anyway, because we're going to be back in 28 minutes with Dr. Ade. And I'm looking forward to that. So I'll have to be back and talk a little bit, introducing, her on. And we know it's going to be a phenomenal show. Kaji, thank you so much. Check out that link down below. And this rain is about to come down, y'all. I got some windows open. I'm going to have to cut this short. And I don't want to do it that way, but I don't want to get flooded out also. So let me run. I just want to say much love to you all. Peace. I'm going to play the music over and over and do that. I'll just let it run for another 5 minutes. I'll come back and say hi. Bye. Because I'm coming back to say hi under 30 minutes. But I got to take care of this business. So I'm going to play this and I'll be back. I'll put the shirts up. I'll play a little beat and I'll be back to say so long the right way. It's coming down. It's coming down. All right, y'all. I'll be back in a few. Peace. I didn't want to just rush off because the rain is coming down. I had to, boy, yeah, I wanted to do it the right way. Proper send-off. But it's not a send-off because in 22 minutes we're coming back. So I got enough time to run down, give me a little sandwich, put a little fuel in my body, and then we'll be able to bring in Dr. Ade. But it's coming down hard. Not as hard as the other day because I forgot what day it was, because I'm forgetting like what day it is. But it came down for 10 hours at 45-degree rain coming down sideways. The kind of rain that when you're walking down the street, you hold the umbrella in front of you because it's coming down at an angle. It's crazy. So anyway, that's nature. So we can't cuss nature because those beautiful plants and the fruits and the vegetables and just the whole order of nature is such a beautiful thing when you're in it constantly. You don't have to come to Africa to experience that, but the way it feels here in places where there were no houses before and land that's uninterrupted and even the bugs that look scary, yo, I'm telling you straight up, there's some bugs I see out here. No, whoa, what kind of, it's fascinating. And they have their own way of survival. They have their own way of order. And look at us as human beings, even hue, H-U-E, hue of color, not humankind. The humankind that wants to rule everything, they are not human. But even we've been reduced in this system that wants to reduce us because they can't go as high as we can. And karma, I don't know if you can hear that. I don't know if you can hear, like, it sounds like static on the TV. Whoa, I'm glad I'm inside. Anyway, let me run. Let me set up for Dr. Ade. And I'm looking forward to that because I know she's going to come with it. Anyway, it's been nice. I'll be back. And if Dr. Ade doesn't stay as long as she usually does, maybe I'll come back with something else. Who knows? But we're just going to do shows as they come. And we're going to talk about the things that most people don't want to talk about. And we're going to get into it brutally honest in a brutally honest fashion. So much love. This is the real one. And I'm going to let it play for another minute or two. And I have to get myself ready. Boy, I'm hungry. I only had one bite of a sandwich today. So I've been putting in the work. I really enjoyed myself. And I hope that maybe, I'm not going to say I enlightened you. We all got sense. And I have to say that this particular chat We are live. We are live. I couldn't make you wait with any more introduction music. We want to be right here with Dr. Ade as we see her so beautiful with her ensemble again. You know, I'm suspecting, Dr. Ade, you have a special connection with the creator because you match your colors so well. And sometimes I see colors that I think I never saw before, but they look good on you.
Thank you.
How are you feeling tonight?
I'm doing fine. I'm always tired, of course, because you know what I'm going through.
I understand.
Packing boxes, pulling, pushing, and lifting boxes. My left shoulder is messed up. My body aches.
Oh, wow. Well, you know, I went through that today unexpectedly. I thought that I'd have a little more time. I did prepare things, but I had a gentleman come by.
Yes.
That kind of helps me a certain thing. And I had these little things I had to do. And it seemed like the time went by so fast. I had to push my show earlier back 3 hours. And the 3 hours went quick. I was like, wow. So we got to stay on the time. We got to not run after it, but just not waste any of it these days because time to me is moving a lot faster. And the time waste. Yeah, the time wasters out here, how do you think they feel? Listen, you know, you're to be commended for the pushing of the boxes, the pulling and the packing and doing the shows and the research. But just think, and, you know, it's public knowledge of what your chronological age is, but your spiritual age and your enthusiasm is nowhere near that because there are people who are 25% of your age that doesn't produce anything at all. So your level of efficiency is top notch. And I want to say this. You have companies out here. You have CEOs over companies. And it was a survey that was done. And it came to the conclusion and said basically that the CEOs of these companies who are the best CEOs are in their 70s, 80s, and early 90s because they're sharp. They understand the perception of time. They have a lot of experience under the belt, and where other CEOs who want to sell out and get scared when the market goes down, they have a longer view over the horizon than just right at their feet. So for you to be here looking as youthful, no, seriously, you always do. But right now, I don't care how much tired you say. If you tell people your chronological age, you're going to say you're lying.
I don't know what people see when they look at me. Everybody says the same thing. When I look in the mirror, I know the difference, right? No, and it's not in terms of looking at the aging process in an isolated kind of way.
No, I understand. I understand.
It's the passage of time. When I look in the mirror, I ask myself the question, where did the years go?
Well,
because it's the struggling and the working and not being able to rest. And
let me ask you something. Rest. The rest you or your mind tells you that you want and you need. And I've asked myself this question too. Rest. Would you really be able to rest with the knowledge that you have and the mission that you have? You would be miserable. You are put here to do what you do. And I understand that. But remember, those who have the luxury of laying around with no guilt haven't found their purpose yet. And that has got to be a miserable existence. When I wake up, I have all the enthusiasm in the world because I know I'm going to create something, I'm going to say something, I'm going to write something, I'm going to draw something. I'm like, wow, I can't wait. I can't wait. And I might jump up 2 hours earlier. And I might be a little tired. But it haunts me in a happy way. And then in essence, this is what keeps you young. Yes. You can't get away from your destiny. You can't get away from your purpose. And when you're in your purpose, you will be preserved, even if you feel weary and tired. You can't get away. You're designated to do what it is that you're doing, and you're granted
Therefore,
with everlasting youth.
yes, you cannot
Because
rest. And on top of that, on top of the discipline that your divine destiny gives you, that is, if you're awake,
right,
if you, that's a big if you are awake, and
most
you
aren't.
don't have to be fully awake, you can be partially, halfway. Once you become aware that you've got something to do in this world as a divine mission, it keeps your mind busy. So you're always researching, you're always learning. And once you learn, you've got to apply it. That takes away rest because it demands time. And
Exactly.
then on top of that, that keeps you busy enough. But the energies, the opposing energies that are drawn to you, wow, now you've got to still have that same discipline, and you've got to fight these demons that are designed, they're designed to specifically come at you. I remember in the Bible, the Apostle Paul, and I'm not one to quote the Bible at all. I shouldn't say no. I'm not the one to create to quote the Bible all the time. That's what I'm trying to say.
I understand.
But I do remember this passage where the Apostle Paul talks about a thorn being in his side that he can't get rid of. Well, that thorn in his side is made up of the problems that he had from birth until death, or from birth until transition. You see, your personality automatically attracts certain opposition and certain opposing personalities toward you. Even some people who don't intend to be in opposition to you, they become opposing forces.
Yes, indeed.
Often because when they see people like you and I, when they see us producing and always working, and they wonder where all this energy and we just keep producing, and they have fewer challenges that take their time in their lives, but they don't use it. They don't use the time productively. They don't bother to go inward to ask themselves, what is my passion? What is my spiritual passion? Now, a lot of people have fallen into the trap of white male patriarchy and materialism. So their
Yes.
greatest value is money. So their lives are spent trying to get money any way they can. That's a trap, a big one. Number one, because of the way the universe is designed. If you are not living a spiritual life and you are running after something, the more you run after it, the more it escapes you. And it's a trap because someone is sitting by the wayside watching you in this urgency to get money, things. And that's how you get corrupted. That's how you fall into bad habits, bad friendships, bad circles of human beings. That's how you get into it. If you are living a spiritual life, you don't have to run after things. Your needs, your material needs will come to you. Sometimes your material needs will come to you before you even know that you need those things. They appear, and a day, 2 days, a week later, wow, you're already prepared.
That's the truth.
So you've experienced it.
Oh yes. Oh yes. And you just said so much of a mouthful. And I'm going to say what you said earlier about people who see your energy, see you constantly working, striving. They don't want to admit it. But when they meet you and see you and observe you, you have activated their purpose. And their purpose is to be antagonistic to what you're doing. It shouldn't be that way, but they've submitted to the lower vibrations.
Yes.
And when you said about being spiritual, let's clarify a higher spiritual vibration, because everybody's spiritual. What's the vibration? Every wire has a charge in it. Is it a negative charge or positive charge? Or neutral?
Thanks for adding clarity to that.
Oh, you know, and I know you meant that. I just wanted to sit in on top, not to upstage you, because I'm learning from you. But I also say, I've been saying it for years, when it comes to people and the charges that they have inside of them, again, you have negative, positive, and neutral. Neutral is negativity, because neutral can't take a stand to say I'm positive.
It can't.
You see? So when the wind blows, whoever's around, it will morph and be a chameleon into that. So if you're neutral,
it's a sense of lostness.
yes,
if you're
lost,
you're neither here nor there.
Exactly.
Anyone can influence you. And anything can trigger you. So you're correct. And don't mind adding clarification. And look, no one knows everything. That's why we have to listen to each other. We learn from each other.
Indeed.
Sometimes I even learn from teenagers. We have to be open to learning. We have to remember that God is inside us. All those omnis, those 3 omnis, being omniscient, all-knowing, ever-present everywhere, and being all-powerful. Now, it's in a more finite sense than the divine, right? But God is inside us. So when we are listening to other people and we learn something, God has learned something. God is learning from us because we have a direct connection with the Almighty. And God receives it immediately because God inside us, that portion, that spark inside us, the switch is always turned on. Even when we're trying to hide emotions. God is cognizant of what we are going through. Even when we suffer in silence, it is God suffering in silence until the time comes when we make that switch to stop being victims. In fact, this conversation is right in line with what we'll talk about today.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, let me get into it. I think it's going to be a short
But always
presentation.
powerful.
Now, you know why I am laughing, right? Our viewing audience also knows why I am laughing, because when you get on the LANCESCURV show, you think it's going to be an hour and a half, you end up with 5. So, so
You're
the
never lying.
title is, and I would like to see a copy of the chats as people come in. The title of this discussion this evening, oh, well, it's afternoon here, shortly after 3. But the title is African DNA Consciousness. Time to manifest your godhood. And by the way, hello, beloveds. Thank all of you for your contributions. Thank you, thank you. It helps. Your support really helps. I so appreciate your sending those contributions in, no matter how small. It's really appreciated because we work our hearts out. So to know that it means something to you, that's worth the sacrifice. Lance can tell you how hard we work. We all work just that hard. Sacrificing what? Time, which is precious. Every minute that passes by, you can't get it back. So we sacrifice a lot of time just doing research. Even when, on occasion, we have time to sit and reflect. We're reflecting on the condition of our people and what we can do, what we can say to lift you up, to wake you up, beloveds. That's our job. And we are on the job. Okay? So thank you very much. I just needed to say that. So wherever you are around the world, and when you chime in the chat or with your comments, please let us know exactly where you're calling from. Okay? Back to the title. African DNA Consciousness. Time to manifest your godhood. Fine. I'm going to have to change my glasses.
No problem.
I usually type this up in a larger font so that it's easier to read as I go along. And I didn't do that. I'm going to start out with a quote by Stephen Biko. And there were several quotes that I looked at, but this one by Steve Biko really touched me. Steve Biko did a presentation at a Black theology seminar in, I'm going to mess this word up, this name, Pietermaritzburg, South Africa. That's a city in South Africa, excuse me. Cat here. Pietermaritzburg, South Africa, on the 28th of August, 1971. And he was talking about Black consciousness. And of course, that was the Black Power movement era with our brother Kwame Ture and the rest of them, the Black consciousness movement and the Black Power movement at the same time. They were really rolling in the 1970s, from the 1960s to the 1970s. So he gave this presentation, and I broke it down into 3 parts. The first thing he said was that Black consciousness is, in essence, the realization by the Black woman or man, I'm going to paraphrase occasionally, of the need to rally together. Actually, he said the Black man, of the need to rally together with his brothers around the cause of their oppression, the Blackness of their skin, and to operate as a group in order to rid themselves of the shackles that bind them to perpetual servitude. The second thing he said was this: Black consciousness, therefore, takes cognizance of the deliberateness of God's plan in creating Black people Black. It seeks to infuse the Black community with a newfound pride, a pride in themselves, their efforts, their value systems, their culture, their religion, and their outlook to life. The third thing he said was this: Black consciousness seeks to demonstrate the lie that Black is an aberration from the normal, which is white. Imagine that. It is a manifestation of a new realization that by seeking to run away from themselves and to emulate the white man, Blacks are insulting the intelligence of God who created them Black. That last passage is for the I Ain't No African crowd. He said, if you're in that crowd, you are actually insulting the intelligence of Almighty God who created them Black. So I'm using these definitions of African consciousness to start out with. And I'm moving on to talk about African DNA consciousness, something we've covered. I've covered videos already, several of them, on African DNA. So I'm going to sort of recap what we discussed concerning this God gene hypothesis that proposes that human spirituality is influenced by heredity. Now, let me refresh your memories. These are Caucasian scientists doing this theoretical work who have discovered that human spirituality is influenced by heredity and that a specific gene called vesicular monoamine transporter 2, that is expressed as VMAT2 in scientific terms, it predisposes humans toward spiritual or mystic experiences. This is what they have discovered. Why are they so interested in this? That they are doing all this research. If you know anything about academic research, you understand the money that is dumped into this kind of research. Any kind of research, but this kind, it seems they are desperately trying to figure out what makes African people tick. They're wondering how it is we're still alive. How it is that we've taken all these licks and we're still ticking. They don't know. Whatever it is, they want it. That's why they're doing all this research. They know that we have something they don't have. And whatever it is, it's preserving us. Despite all the poisonings, all the vicious experiments they have done on us, all the genocide they have done on us, we keep multiplying. Now, on the other side, they are the ones who are becoming extinct. They are the ones who can't walk out in the sunlight. They are the ones who don't have neuromelanin so that they can have smooth muscle movements. They are the ones without neuromelanin, so they have problems sleeping. They need artificially made dopamine. It's a big seller. They are the ones whose children take about 11 to 12 months before they can walk. While African children all over the globe, our children only take 9. So African babies are way ahead of them in their development. Their children can't raise their heads. They're newborns. It takes them longer by months to be able to just raise their heads, as opposed to the time that it takes African babies. So they know that All this crap they talk about being superior, they know it's a lie. Their problem is that they have begun to believe the lie, but reality keeps slapping the hell out of their faces. Okay. So they're doing all this research on the God gene. The idea has been proposed by the scientist, genetic scientist named Dean Hamer. He wrote a book in 2004 entitled The God Gene, How Faith, Faith, how faith is hardwired into African genes. So in computerese, you have hardware, which is the basic equipment, and you have software. It's not the same. Software is something that you can create as a human being and feed into the hardware. Now that's as far as I can go with computerese. But with African people, there is a gene that is hardwired into our general makeup. And that God gene makes us spiritual. Let me go on. The God gene hypothesis is based on a combination of behavioral, genetic, neurobiological, and psychological studies. So they're doing people in different fields, scientists in different fields. The genetic experts are doing genetic research, looking for the God gene. The neurobiologists, those experts, are doing a different kind of research going in a different direction, looking for the God gene. The psychology experts are looking into the psychological makeup of African people so that they can add their input into this God gene hypothesis. 3 different kinds of research, 3 different areas of reality, looking for the African God gene. There are 5 major scientific arguments connected with this hypothesis. Number 1, spirituality can be quantified, measured by psychometric measurements. Psychometric measurements, I think that refers to the research where they attach these stickers to your head so that the wires are connected to a machine, and they begin to quantify whatever measurements show on the machine. Number 2, another scientific argument. The underlying tendency to spirituality is partially heritable. You know, from mother and father to child. It is heritable. African to African. Parents to children. It's passed down genetically. So you have to be African because you cannot pass on what you don't have. And the question connected with this second argument is this: what happens when one parent is African and the other parent is not? Does everything get passed down from the African parent to the child? Or genetically, are some genes left off? That's an important question for those people who seem to think it's advantageous genetically. Now, if it's socially, that's a different story. But there are actually some African people who believe that they are leveling their children up by marrying a non-African, when actually they are damaging their offspring, their future offspring. They are damaging them because those children will not inherit the full genetic package. Let me go on to argument number 3. They argue that part of this heritability can be attributed to that VMAT2 gene. The VMAT2 gene. That's the gene that makes this the God gene heritable. Argument number 4. This particular gene, the VMAT2 gene, acts by altering monoamine levels. And I went into that whole discussion about monoamines. Monoamines direct, affect, and modulate. They direct, they affect, and they modulate, and they modulate dopamine, neural networks, neuromodulation, norepinephrine, and serotonin. Those are substances within the human system. Monoamines have a direct effect on these things. And having a direct effect on them, they modulate these things. Dopamine, that's very important. Neural networks, neuromodulation, norepinephrine, and serotonin. Monoamines influence the perceptual and the behavioral aspects of brain function. Now, when it comes to these monoamines and how they influence the human and the way it functions. That's something that mystifies Caucasians. It mystifies them because no matter how they have brutalized us, discriminated against us, hated us, lynched us, murdered us, genocided us, beat the hell out of us, at the end of the day, after they have just about starved us to death, worked us to death from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, if you give us a half hour to rest and just put us together, we begin to smile, to laugh, and to smile among each other. That mystifies white people. They don't know how that is possible. Now, with all the people who have experienced similar brutality from Caucasians, that has not been the case. Only Africans are able to just bounce right back and find some measure of joy that cannot be taken away, and some measure of faith in Almighty God that just cannot be taken away. So now they have learned that this, what they are calling the God gene, is hardwired into our system from birth, from conception, and cannot be taken away. They don't have it. If they had undergone half of what we went through, and we are still going through a lot, but if they had endured half of what we endured during slavery, they would have died much earlier, much sooner. I mean, a lot of us died just from overwork. They just worked us to death. Too much work, not enough nourishment, not being able to do daily hygiene and things like that. They would have committed suicide had they not died early. But we don't die. We survive and we multiply. So in their research, they have learned that there is something hardwired inside the African system that they do not have. And of course, they want it. Let me go on to argument number 5. Spirituality. This is what they learned. They learned that spirituality provides an evolutionary advantage by providing individuals with an innate sense of optimism. That alone is very, very important for survival. They don't have it. They don't have that innate sense of optimism. There is always that feeling and that saying that we are in the hands of God that God will not put on us what we cannot endure. And through it all, we do endure. And as we endure, as our life, our survival continues, it increases that sense of faith. We are hardwired. We're just hardwired that way. You can't get it out of us. Where am I? Okay, I was talking about monoaminergic. How do you say this word? Mono aminergic. That's the adjective. Monoaminergic cells in the brain stem receive inputs from sensory, from limbic, and from prefrontal areas of the brain, and project extensively to the forebrain as well as the hindbrain. I left that one off. This note was on a different page. I didn't catch it. So I was breaking down the work, the function of these monoamines. And this one is very important because it directly influences the cells in the brain stem. Now, when you start talking about the brain stem, we are referring to that rectal brain. So these monoaminergic cells in the brain stem, that reptilian brain, they receive inputs from sensory, the sensory areas of the brain, from the limbic system of the brain, and from the prefrontal areas in the forebrain. So it's influencing the entire brain. Now, the information did not mention the pineal gland, but I'm thinking the influence upon the pineal gland has to be there. And by the way, I'm mentioning the pineal gland using the American accent, right? And the fact that the pineal gland, when we articulate it that way, we are referring to the shape of the pineal gland being similar to the shape of the pine cone. And you will see in spiritual drawings and artwork, especially from ancient times, you will see some deity or other holding a pine cone, which refers to the pineal gland. And since we pronounce the pineal gland that way, that pronunciation refers to the pine cone. Now, some people pronounce it pineal. That's a non-American pronunciation, such as in African culture, African languages, for example. The letter I is not pronounced I, it's pronounced E. The letter E, these vowels, right? The letter E is pronounced A. So from language to, different languages, different cultures pronounce vowels differently. Now, I haven't studied the linguistics dealing with the pineal or the pineal, but I think that's why some people have a different pronunciation of that gland. So don't be confused about that. In my opinion, since it represents, or it is represented by and symbolized by the pine cone, nowhere on earth is the pine cone called a pine cone. No, everyone pronounces the pine cone pine. When it comes to the gland, that's something different. I'm not a linguist, so I can't go any farther. Okay, I took a little aside. Now, let me remind you of some of my earlier videos. A very important video was entitled, or it involved, this research paper entitled Global Patterns of Linkage Disequilibrium at the CD4 locus and Modern Humans, or Human Origins. Now, just to refresh your memory, this is the study, where all these scientists at various universities, how many scientists? 15 geneticists, 15 genetic experts coming from 9 different universities conducted this study whereby they wanted to use their research to create what they call the intelligence map of the world. And at the basis of the research was this false notion. It started off as a false notion of white supremacy. See how foolishness can get you to spend millions and millions of dollars on something stupid, and your findings come out saying just the opposite. Okay, global patterns of linkage disequilibrium at the CD4 locus, that's a certain spot on the human DNA, a location. And modern humans, moving right along. All these scientists from these various universities spent all this money and time trying to collect data so that they could construct an intelligence map of the world, showing evidence that whites are smarter than blacks, that Caucasians are smarter than Africans. Okay. What did they learn? Just the opposite. They learned that chimpanzees have 5 streams of genes. Only 5 genetic streams. Now, when we think of genetic streams, think of each stream of genes as giving the human system some kind of gifts. I'm going to say gifts, some kind of empowerments, some kind of capacities. So chimpanzees have 5. Europeans and Asians put together have 6. Now, some of you have heard for about 10 years, you've heard the scientific report that there is 1 chromosome of difference between a chimpanzee and a human being. They didn't tell us about this study. And that 1 chromosome difference is when you compare chimpanzees to Europeans and Asians. They are only 1 gene and or 1 chromosome of difference from a chimpanzee. Asians and Caucasians. Okay. What else did they find? They found that Africans have 9. Africans have 9 gene streams. Almost twice as much. Certainly the chimps, but even among the Europeans and Asians, we have almost twice as many streams of genes than anyone else on the planet. The scientists all agreed that Africans by far have the greatest probability of genius than any other race. Out of all 116 non-African groups of people, Africans are way up at the top. And yet we have so-called Black folks who say, I ain't no African. Wow. What a statement. You better learn what you are saying before you open your mouth. So you have put yourself way down the ladder, lumped yourself along with the Europeans and Asians and chimps. Sorry for you, Bubba. Miss me with that one. That's your business. If you want the world to know that you're among the mentally slow, intellectually challenged group, you know, those folks who have an intellectual capacity no higher, or just 1 chromosome or 1 gene higher than a chimpanzee. Go on with your bad self. Okay. I'm moving on. So we've talked about African consciousness. We've talked about African DNA consciousness. Now, I'm moving on to discuss African godhood. And how do we manifest that godhood? Because we're living in a time right now, I mean right now, when the ability to manifest your inborn godhood is needed more now than ever before. It's needed. But how do we manifest it? But first of all, what is it? What is this godhood? Well, let's think of godhood as having the potential power, capacity, or ability to direct or to influence the behavior of others, or to influence the course of events. What else is it in terms of power? African godhood is manifested as a right or authority that is given or delegated to a person or a body. Forget the body. Let's just say a person. I don't know how that got in. In Christian angelology, that is the study of angels, right? In Christianity, the sixth highest order of the ninefold celestial hierarchy is often discussed in terms of power. Moving on. It is a supernatural being, deity, or force. I'm still defining power. A supernatural being. We can talk about someone, something like a deity. In terms of that deity being a supernatural power. Sometimes people discuss the 7 African powers, the highest ones, who can wield the highest levels of power. Okay, still talking about power. A supernatural being, deity, or force. Now, how does that relate to having the power to manifest your African godhood? First of all, let me go back to Steve Biko's quotation. He spoke of the deliberateness of God's plan in creating Black people Black. Now we are talking about melanated, and I hate to use that term because it has been spread so thin, it's sickening. I'm talking about Blackness. And some African people in America want to go into these long drawn out discussions on the color Black and whether or not we are Black. The point is, that we, African people, discussed ourselves in ancient times in terms of our blackness because of our respect for the color black in all its forms in creation. When you look at some minerals, the black ones are the most powerful. They give off the most powerful energy. In the Kaaba at Mecca, that building, that big square building, in one corner is a black stone, giving off energy. And it fell from the sky. And the Arabs said there was something divine about it because they knew in ancient times, they knew that the color black is very special. Divinity is always connected with anything that is black. Now, as you begin to sort of water it down and get lesser tones, softer tones of blackness, we still refer to ourselves as being black. Sometimes the land, like Kemet, it means the black land. And the land, and sometimes it was referred to as the land of the blacks, the black land of the blacks. When you look at other substances that are black, the substances that fuel batteries, for example, they always have power, they have energy, and that's why power is included in this discussion. You cannot talk about blackness without, you can't do it accurately, you can't have a full discussion without discussing the powers, the energies that are within blackness. Black is first. Everything else mixed all together, we learned that in kindergarten. If you need black paint and you don't have it, you run out. Mix all the other colors together and you get black. So that when it comes to the African woman's mtDNA, her mtDNA represents that divine blackness out of which every other skin tone or every skin tone among humanity comes from her, from the lightest to the darkest, from the albinos to the blue blacks that you find especially in Mali and Senegal. It comes from the black or the blackness in the African woman's mtDNA. No one else has it. White women don't have it. They need to come to themselves. All this BS about white superiority. White is a non-color. And you can't get any kind of color out of white. And if you go from black to white, if it's something inanimate like a white cloth, you can bleach it, bleach it, bleach it. By the time you bleach that black cloth until it becomes white, you can take your baby finger and poke a hole in it. It's that weak. There is no power, shouldn't say no, very little power in it. Very little. And this is why they view African women with awe and often with hatred. They have good reason to do so, because God gifted African women with something, or I should say some things, some spiritual gifts that even African men don't have. Just by the mere fact that they are males instead of females. If you are a male, you don't have it, you cannot get it. It ain't your road. So don't try to travel on it. Let me get back. So Stephen Biko talked about the deliberateness of God's plan in creating Black people Black. He also said that Blacks who say they ain't no African, they are insulting the intelligence of Almighty God who created them Black. So some people now want to split hairs. Well, I'm Black, I'm not African. Well, where the hell are you from? Where are you from? Everyone on this earth knows where they came from. You will hear the Chinese and the Polish and the Spanish and all these different nationalities and ethnic groups who will even tell you what generation of that ethnic group they are from here in America. They always know their ancestral land. Okay, you're not African. So number one, where is Black land? Where is Negro land? Find it. You can't, which means you are lost in so many ways. Your brain is out in la la land. We can tell by looking at you what you are. I don't know who you think you're fooling other than yourself. And it can lead to a pathology. It can lead to useless suffering. I ain't no African. Okay. You're in the 6 gene stream group. Fine. What does that mean? It means that you actually don't have the brain power to figure it out. You can't figure it out. You look like Marcus Garvey, Steve Biko. I'm trying to quote some names here and I'm going blank just because I want to pull it out. I didn't plan on it. We can see who you are and what you are. You can't see it. You look in the mirror, you see French, you see Irish, you see Spanish, you see this, that, and the other. Who knows? Who cares? But in terms of power, if you say, if that comes out of your mouth, you say, I ain't no African. Your consciousness, ding, registers it. You're not an African. You have no damn power. You don't know who you are. You don't know where you are from. You are disconnected from your ancestors who loved you and gave you life. And you stand in ignorance and say, I ain't no African. How long can you live? How can you survive? How can you advance in life? Not knowing anything. If you don't know your past, you certainly don't have a future. You're neither here nor there. You're lukewarm. Christ said, if you're lukewarm, he'll spit you out. No taste, no savor to your life. Who are you? Because if you look African, but you deny that, your consciousness and your subconscious register that statement. And when you say it with passion. And the God that was placed within you is sitting there wondering, what the hell? Are you mad? Have you lost your mind? Those who are not African are working day and night to be African and to have the capacities and the capabilities of Africans. This is why they have to work so hard to keep us behind, and still we excel. No matter what field we are in, we still excel. Why? Because we have 9 gene streams and they have only 6. So they have to put all these artificial barriers in front of us. And if you claim you only have 6, and then you are still coming up against those barriers, of course, how are you going to excel? You can't. If you somewhat get ahead, it's because they figure out your lostness and they will use you like a floor rag and make you a gatekeeper to keep the real African people out. And you will feel privileged to sit there. And the God in you is sitting and looking at your sorry behind, asking, what the hell is wrong with you? Your ancestors not only will abandon you, very often they will put a whipping on you. How dare you? You have no protection. You have no guides. You have rejected them. All you folks that say, I ain't no African, Go on with your bad self, Bubba. That means you have no power. It means you have no knowledge, because your knowledge comes from generation after generation after generation after generation of infusing their African knowledge right up to you, and you throw it away. And you're throwing away what other people are down in the garbage cans looking for, so that maybe they can, get it and use it. Wow. We're talking about power. The power of Black consciousness, and how without it, you can't manifest ish. You can't. Let me move on. So the God gene hypothesis proposes that human spirituality is influenced by heredity. Heredity going back not 400 years. Are you mad? Are you that ignorant of who you are? Our heritage goes back 300,000 years plus. Plus, our knowledge has been handed down from 300,000 years. Our ability to create civilization, that knowledge goes back 300,000 BC. You ain't no African. What the hell are you? Where you come from? Who are your parents? What did they know that they have passed on to you? What the hell happened to you? Did these people knock you over the back of your head so hard that you're like a walking zombie, devoid of who you are? Just walking around, eating and drinking and sucking up air that knowledgeable people need. You need to wake up. So these white scientists have proposed through research. We're talking about real research and evidence. They propose that human spirituality is influenced by heredity and a specific gene. Now, what happens to you, or what happens if you've been given the gene? It's in there, but you're comatose. You don't know what's going on. You don't know where you are. You don't know why you are. You don't know when you are. You don't know how you don't know ish. You are so lost. It is no wonder that in your lost state, you are easily corrupted. Because if you don't know where you are from, you don't know where you are going. And if you don't know where you are going, any fool can carry you anywhere. Any puff of wind can blow you anywhere. You are lost. You need to wake up. You have no protection. You have no guidance. And you are running around looking for an illusion that is impossible. Let me move on. What else have these scientists discovered? That what we call faith in God is hardwired into our genes. No one else has that hard wiring. So who are you? Where are you from? You, Mr. and Miss or Mrs. I ain't no African. Those of you who want to identify with these new ethnic groups, because these new ethnic groups got that way. They became new after they began to crossbreed with non-Africans. But every time you crossbreed with non-Africans, your offspring are losing these streams of genes. I'm aiming this part of the discussion toward those who don't have children yet. I'm aiming this part of the discussion toward those who are thinking about and maybe even dreaming of crossbreeding with a non-African. Your offspring are going to be downgraded. Think about that. Moving on. Faith. Faith in God is hardwired into our being. Think of it as hardware and not software. The God gene hypothesis is based on a combination of behavioral, genetic, neurobiological, and psychological studies. And I said that there were 3, but it's actually 4. I forgot to mention the behavioral. When it comes to human behavior, that field of study in academics, that field of study would be sociology, that looks at human beings in the process of building institutions. Because the God gene influences the building of institutions and the relationships among the people who build those institutions according to their culture, their values, their worldview, their traditions. That's on the behavioral side. And then the genetics, right? What we have inherited from parents. The neurobiological studies, studying the human brain. That's what neurology does. It studies the nervous system. And the brain is the chief organ of the nervous system. So these neurobiologists, that refers to how those who study the nervous system, how the functioning of the nervous system affects and influences us biologically, physically, even chemically, hormonally. Moving on. What other field of study? Psychological studies. Psychology. How do we think? How do we cognate? How do we understand? How does our brain function in terms of thinking and imaging and responding to images and symbols and things like that? All these different fields of study are looking for and theorizing about and finding evidence concerning what they call the God gene that Africans have and no one else has. Wow. If it were not important to them, you think they would be spending millions and millions of dollars trying to get it? There are 5 major scientific arguments. One is that spirituality can be quantified by psychometric measurements. They've done that. They've hooked black folks up to the machines with those stickers all over their head and everything, wired into a machine to look at responses to certain stimuli. Okay, they've quantified it. There's an underlying tendency to spirituality that is heritable. We've discussed that. It's passed from African to African down the line from 300,000 BC until now. The heritability can be attributed to that VMAT2 gene that influences still other genes. It's like a master gene. And we've talked about how monoamine levels have a direct effect on that VMAT2 master gene. That's what I'm calling it. I don't know what else to call it. And the 5th argument is that spirituality provides an evolutionary advantage by providing individuals with an innate sense of optimism. So I've laid this thing out, asking the question, is it your time, African human being, African male, African female? Is it your time to wake up? Is it your time to begin manifesting what God gave you? And what God gave you is the Godhood that has been placed within you. Christian scripture even mentions it. Have I not told you that you are God's walking on earth? Have I not shown you that I created females first? Have I not demonstrated to you, says God. Yeah, I'm that audacious. Have I not demonstrated to you that African women are God's living, walking representatives of Almighty Mother God on earth? Have I not demonstrated to you that she has capabilities, qualities, gifts that no one else has? Not African men, not non-African women or men. God created African women first. And this is why, for hundreds of thousands of years, there was always the matriarchal social systems that had balance, that developed civilization. These are the realities that we are dealing with. But we have been so brainwashed that we're no longer ourselves. On the continent, African men have suddenly come back to themselves. So I'm not making this up. They are the ones to whom this knowledge has been passed down through eons and eons of time. And they have been so, their societies have been so inundated by Christianity and Islam. Two societies, two ethnic groups, two cultures that are woman haters. They've never liked women. One group of them even killed them and ate them. And they put pictures on the walls to show that they killed them and ate them. And the bones showed teeth marks and knife marks where they were eating ribs, barbecue. Women. Professor Small takes that just one step farther. To talk about how from one group to another during the Ice Age, sometimes they had killed all the women for food. But then they needed sexual pleasuring. And since only males were there, they started pleasuring each other, which has led to something else that we are dealing with today. And since they don't have the God gene, God damn it, they don't know. And they want to force it on people who have the God gene. And any African country that goes along with that okie doke, I'm going to sit back and wait to see what happens to them. Because the people are not going to accept it. They have accepted it because of money. They've been paid off. They will do anything for money, which puts them really in the category of a prostitute. I don't care if you lie down for it or bend over for it. You're a whore. And now is not the time, because these young people today are not going to play with your asses. So you should be afraid if you are one of those leaders. People are not fooled. We have come from under the spell. Even here in America, this is why we are having a problem with the vote, because the God gene is waking people up. So, beloved, when are you going to wake up? Wake up. Wake up. Come from under that spell. Especially God's chosen. Especially you. We don't come into the world knowing that we are chosen. Some come awake at an early age, but then they have to mature and grow into it while they know. And they have to make adjustments along the way. Others, it takes a long time, until one day, maybe late in life, one event, and it doesn't have to be any big event. It can be a small, obscure kind of an event, and suddenly, boom, you come awake as a chosen one. And you start to put all the pieces together. All these incidents from childhood throughout your lifetime. All of a sudden, it's like a puzzle. And the pieces come together. And that awakening then triggers the ancestors and triggers the higher forces to really begin speaking to you and guiding you, so that you're getting downloads, not just of information about people, places, things. You can hear people talking. You can hear what they are saying about you and what they have always said about you. The way they have behaved toward you in interactions. All of a sudden, you get a new understanding. It has been there all along. But these are people you love. Some of you are in relationships with husbands, wives, lovers, who have been attracted to you just because of the light that shines from you, and they want to draw close so they can extinguish it, so that they can distract you from your mission. You've got to wake up. African women who have been chosen, you especially have to wake up and begin to manifest. As African women, we were first on earth. The males came from us. They are our helpmates, not the other way around. These patriarchal societies have turned it upside down through violence. We've got to turn it right side up again so that there can be peace in the world. Look at what has happened to Mother Earth. so that she alone is on a rampage. Paying back what has been done to her. Think about all this bombing and the length of time that we have had all these bombings. I'm thinking of World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the war with Japan, where we used atomic bombs on human beings. Why didn't America drop the atomic bomb, at least one of them, on Germany? Why? Why not? They were the ones that we were really fighting. And the president at that time said, we have 2 bombs. Excuse me, I have to sneeze. He said, we have 2 bombs. Drop the second one. And they did. On innocent civilians in Nagasaki. Is that atomic bombing? Is that why the Japanese have already announced that they will be the first to become extinct? I wonder. When I think about the Japanese and their love of nature, and those 2 bombs destroyed nature. What relationship have they had since then? I have always wondered, but I have never been inspired to actually do the research, because you would have to go and do field research. My mind and heart were never there. It was always with my people. But these lovers of nature, with all these bombings and everything, how has it affected the Chinese love of nature? They have a different outlook. Not saying that we have bombed the Chinese, but actually we fought them. I shouldn't say we. America fought them. America colonized them. The Chinese fought a war against opium. Have you heard about the Opium War? America kept the entire nation high on opium. Every other house, I'm exaggerating, was an opium den where men were in there smoking and oblivious to anything and everything. And the Chinese fought an opium war. I'm interested in knowing how that period of occupation has affected their relationship with nature and with life. When you look at Chinese art, for example, you will find a lot of natural foliage and flowers and greenery and some bridges going over brooks, little streams of water and all of that. Very spiritual. And then you will see human beings depicted as being very, very tiny. I'm not answering. The human beings in those portraits, in that artwork, are always very small. That is their outlook, showing that they are part of nature. It is very different from Western artwork. Very different. Human beings loom large. And any view of nature, any depiction of nature is just there as sort of a fill-in. So this one group of people who definitely do not have the God gene, they have spoiled the rest of the world, right down to the Africans. Excuse me, I've got to rub my nose. I don't know what it is. When I'm doing these lectures, at times my nose will just begin to itch. So I'm speaking to my African people. You're the only ones I care about. I say that unapologetically because that's my job. That's what I was sent to do, to focus on my people. Everyone else is looking out for themselves, except us. African people are looking out for everyone except ourselves, which is the most stupid thing I have ever seen in my life. It gives me stomach pains to watch it. It gets my anger up when I see African leaders speaking from both sides of their mouths, doing a lot of Pan-African talk from one side of the mouth, and one part, one half of that split liar's tongue, they speak one thing. Oh, it's Pan-Africanism. Oh, it's Afrocentric or Afrocentricity from this side. And then they go to their offices and they betray the people by signing certain agreements that are against Africanity, against African people, against African survival. And they think they can still get away with it. And they are doing it for money. They are sacrificing their fellow Africans for money. And they think they will keep getting away with it. I wouldn't be so sure. African leaders, I wouldn't be so sure. Because the time has changed. And these young people, African people all over the world, they are not fooled by you, and they are not of the turn the other cheek mentality. Soon and very soon, African leaders all over the world, including America, yes, payback time has come here too. Look at what is happening with the elections. Things are not what they used to be. Black people, African people, are calling themselves African people. In fact, that whole term, African American, now they're saying, no, we need to switch that around. We are American Africans. And I thought, ooh, I like that. Who was it? Umar Johnson. You see how we learn from each other? He said, no, we are Africans in America. That means we are American Africans. We have never been Americans, and we will never be, because it isn't in the nature of these people who don't have the God gene. It is not in their nature to give you equality along with them. Above all the people on this earth, they hate African people with more passion than they hate anyone else. Why? Because African people can't be gotten rid of. And if you can't get rid of African people, it cuts short your occupation of their land and their resources. You can't do it forever. You thought you would be able to do it, especially countries like France. Not anymore. The God gene has wakened up in this new generation of African women and men. And when we talk about warriors and African people, African women as a tradition are warriors, either formally or informally. Many are born into that. They are warriors, lifetime after lifetime, incarnation after incarnation. They remain warriors. And there are different types of warriors. They are fighters. But some are real warriors who come ready to don the uniform and go to battle. Now, I don't know about these other people. I don't care about them. But the ancestors have risen. Can't you feel it? The ancestors are here. Can't you feel it? Can't you hear them? The spirits of those ancestors whose bones still lie on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean. At the bottom of the Indian Ocean because of the East Indian slave trade that was run and is still being run by Arabs. We don't talk about them. They got the white folks into the game and taught them how to do it successfully. They are the ones who wanted to rid Africa of us so that they could take charge and ownership of our lands and our resources. And they used religion to do it, the same as the Christians. But the God gene has awakened and will never go back to sleep. So this is a very dangerous time for traitors and collaborators, especially on the continent, where the collaborators and traitors have become billionaires and millionaires of the people's money. They still make loans, get aid, and the aid money, the loan money, is for them. None of it ever gets to the people. This is a very dangerous time because this generation is angry. No, that's not the proper word. They are royally pissed. Anger is when you stand and you not debate, but you argue in anger. No, they are way beyond that. These young people are ready to get revenge on you. African leaders worldwide, including America. So you have to be careful. Wow. Karma is on the loose. And when she comes, she is relentless. And the very things you have done to your people is going to lump you right into that group when it's payback time. No one will feel pity on you. And neither side will like you. Both sides will hate you. The one side with which you have collaborated, they never liked you. They hate you. They've only used you like a floor rag. Your own people hate you because of what you have done to them. You have helped to enslave them. You have helped them other folks to abuse them. With your slick political tongues, your slick speech, you have helped the suffering of your own people. So this generation, when they come for you, nothing will be able to help you. Either here or on the continent. Well, beloved, I'm going to end this by saying, I hope this video will help you to wake up. The God power that is within you is kicking and screaming to get out. I'm surprised, or I wouldn't be surprised, if some of you aren't having dreams, spiritual dreams about where you are psychologically and spiritually. I wouldn't be surprised if many of you have fallen under spiritual conviction, where you feel like something is wrong. Nothing in your life can be satisfied. Your food doesn't taste right. Nothing is right. Nothing can satisfy you. You feel uncertain, anxious, and you don't know why. Well, I'm telling you why. The Godhood that is within you says it is past time for you to wake up and get on your divine path. And you're not doing it. Some of you, if you are stubborn enough to ignore it, knowing what is going on, you might lose your sanity. Others of you might lose your lives. I'm not wishing that on anybody. I'm just talking to you in terms of what life is and what God expects of us. Once we are born and we accept that divine destiny, what are we doing about it? That's the wonderful thing about African names. Because a few days after birth, a girl child or a boy child gets prayed over. And the priest asks, connects with, and asks Almighty God, presents the child to the oracle and asks, who is this soul? And what is the divine destiny of this soul? And that's how the name is given. And in Africa, we're giving up many of our spiritual names and getting these do-funny European names. And we don't even know what the names mean. We gave up spiritual names for the names of our enslavers that beat the bejesus out of our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents. And now we're walking along with them and sitting beside them peacefully. What? Peacefully. Shut up. I'm not answering. How can that be? How many cheeks do we have to turn? Because we have turned all four of them historically. There are no cheeks left to slap. It's a very dangerous time for us to be alive these days. Who is that? Interrupting my thoughts, they just sort of cut across. Anyway, the God gene has come alive. And it ain't no joke, believe me. The same way we might have thought it was a joke, it wasn't real. When we read about God's sending the forces of nature after 400 years of enslavement. See, that thing is messing with me. After 400 years of slavery, it was prophesied 5,000 years ago by Imhotep. The world's first and greatest polymath. A polymath is a multi-genius. He was the world's first and greatest, who is now acknowledged on a postal stamp in Canada as the father of modern medicine. It was not Hippocrates. He didn't know anything. It was Imhotep. But white folks believe in stealing credit, taking credit for other people's accomplishments. Let me go back to the subject. It's a dangerous time, and no time to be playing around. I don't know if it's too late for some of the collaborators and traitors. All I know is that it's a very dangerous time, because what with the spirits of the ancestors from everywhere, their spirits are clinging to the bones and the skulls that Europeans have sitting in their museums. Some even have them in their homes. I feel sorry for you. Some weird shit is going to start happening, and you won't know what to do about it. The spirits of the ancestors' bones that lie at the bottom of the ocean have now come alive. They have arisen. And they are riding the winds all over the world, finding those who brutalize them and who continue to brutalize their children. They are not only on the rise, they are riding the winds. The spirits of those artifacts that people in Europe and America have in their homes, soon and very soon, you will want to send them back to where they came from, because they are now coming alive and looking at you, walking with you, sleeping with you, standing over you, watching you as you sleep. Pretty soon, them other folks will not be able to sleep. I'm telling you what I know. And as for you so-called black folks, those who say you ain't no African, I don't know what they're going to do with your behinds, but it ain't good. And I'm just telling you what is real. See, you have fallen into the trap, that Caucasian cultural trap that does not believe in spirituality. I'm not sure they even believe in God. Not really. Because if you believe in God, it's my opinion that it is axiomatic that you believe in spirituality. They talk about God. They have religion, but they don't have spirituality. There is a difference. If you believe it, you act a certain way. And the more spiritual you are, the more human you are. And this is why we know, after thousands of years of recording their behavior, we have to question whether or not they are really human. Do they act human? Do they speak human? Do they have human traditions? Are their laws carried out in a humane, fair, and just manner? The answer to all these things are no, and they know it. And although they know, they still have the caucasity to go around the world lecturing to other nations, especially African leaders and people lecturing to us. about justice, human rights. Go sit your sorry behinds down and wait for your extinction. And we will sit and watch, eating popcorn and drinking red Kool-Aid from a mason jar. And on that note, after reminding one last time, African people, wake up. Wake up, beloved. Those of you who are chosen, those of you who are even star seed, wake up and begin to do your job, whatever your job is. I thank you, beloved. That's the end of this lecture. It's the end of the lecture, but it's not the end of the conversation. Okay. Do we have any comments?
Let me see. Just little comments between, but there's one that stands out from Gifty. And
Yes. Ruto just announced you can no longer wear. What? You can no longer wear traditional attire in the parliament or the government. Oh, I see. Do they know how absolutely stupid and ugly they look with those white wigs on? What is that for? What? You look at the Supreme Court judges and all of them, and it looks like somebody opened clown school. You don't look good. And what it represents is a split mind. You were born African, but you think it is the height, the epitome of your participation in institutions of law to have on this stupid white wig. For what? It's indication. Oh, I'm going to make a lot of people angry, but it needs to be said. It's an indication of mental slavery. It's an indication of racial ignorance. And you look ugly. You look stupid. And you need to stop it. You can't wear traditional African attire. Lord have mercy. Thank you, Gifty. Thank you very much. They're part of the lost crowd, trying to be European, trying to, yeah. Oh. See, I just got a stomach pain. Are there any more?
well, there are a whole lot, but people are talking amongst each other. Nothing that maybe you could expound on. Let me see. Just good mornings and good afternoons and stuff like that. Let me see. There's a whole lot of comments. Say it again.
While you're looking,
Mm-hmm.
I just thought of something. Of all these men, not the teenagers, these grown men who have been killed in public, it would be interesting to just do some lightweight research. It's lightweight. Do some lightweight research in terms of whether or not they had connections with white women. I
Good
can
point.
think of I can think of two. George Floyd and the other young guy who was chased by these three white men, him. Now, that last one, I can't remember his name, but he knew better than to even be in that neighborhood because members of the Klan make up that entire neighborhood. And he was set up. He was out there in their neighborhood, enemy territory, lured in by white poontang. You know what poontang is, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And he fell for it. When I was chair of the Black Studies Department at Eastern Washington University, I think I saved one of my students' life. He was a basketball player. And up there in Washington State, these little white girls on campus would actually press money into the hands of these Black athletes. And these young men were stupid enough to go along with it. This certain chick that he was dating was from Idaho, which is the next state over, right? And she had invited him to come and visit her in Idaho, which is Klan country. And he happened to mention it to me. And I had to adopt the position of mama, his mama. And I told him, your parents didn't send you here to be lynched in Klan country. Are you crazy? Turn her down. If you go, we may never see you alive again. And he took my words seriously. All I know is he came back on a different occasion and thanked me for warning him. And he left. So he learned something. That's how weak a lot of our men are. Letting little head that has no brain take control of big head that has unused brain. Running after poontang. I heard somebody mention, and it was a young Black man who was running for office here in America. And I'm trying to remember the term he used, post-nut regret.
As a man, I've
Yeah.
experienced many things, and as a man, I can understand sometimes why a person would feel that way when you let the little head rule over the big head and you regret after the act. I have a little saying that you know you're not supposed to be with this person when you're thinking up ways to be going out of there before you're coming. You're trying to go before you're in the act and you're saying, I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be doing this, but let me figure out a way to go. And you haven't even CUM. I left something on the stove. This medication that I take, and I got to run to the pharmacy. I forgot to bring it. I got to go to the store. You want anything from the store? I'm diabetic and my sugar's off. I got to get something. Regret.
Post-nut regret. Yes. That's how strong the sexual urge is, and that's how most of our men sort of deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To their regret. And then a few weeks later, they have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go to the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
She passed on something.
Or you get that phone call. Hello? Hello, Johnny. Hey, hi, how are you? Don't even try to play games with me. You used me for that night. Oh, well, I mean, I was busy. Well, my friend hasn't come around in 2 months.
Oh, that's another thing.
You sure it's mine? What you mean? I'm the only one you're the only one I've been with.
Or you see the person 2 months later, you might hook up with a date or something like that. And she says, I'm late. And he said, no, you came right on time. She said, no, I'm late. And he said, what are you talking about? It's just blah, blah, blah. You were on time. She said, no, I'm late.
You see a comment there?
It's called vagina with teeth. Vagina with
Gee, in the house.
Oh, Lord. Thank you. Okay. Indigo King. Not being able to control yourself sexually can be a dangerous game. Yeah. And you will lose. You will definitely lose. Mm-hmm. And it's a funny thing when it comes to spirituality. Any practitioner in spirituality recognizes that women are more spiritual than men. It just makes common sense that a woman would be more spiritual than men. And yet, when patriarchy took hold, they flipped the script and took over. And this is why they wear dresses in the church and the mosque and all of it, trying to, they're wearing dresses. Now, I don't care if you call them robes, they're dresses.
For real.
You see, women are self-contained. A woman has an XX chromosome, two X chromosomes. That's the way I should say it. She has two X chromosomes, which makes her self-contained, X and X. She's covered from one side to the next. A male has XY, a set of an X and a Y chromosome. So he is not self-contained. He relies upon one X. He doesn't have YY. And even the Y has lost hundreds of genes, hundreds, because the average X is like 900 genes, just genes. We're not talking about the strings or the streams. The Y contains about 900. But the minute one leg breaks off one of those X chromosomes and becomes a Y, it shrinks to 1/3 the size. And it loses more than 2/3 of the genes. And over time, the Y chromosome is losing more and more genes over time. And the scientists don't know why. So it continues to shrink. We don't know why. Why is the universe causing the Y chromosome to shrink continuously? It's ongoing. So these genes are all linked up, the totality of them are all linked up with the God gene, which superimposes itself upon all the others, which gives us spirituality, or a part of our spirituality, along with neuromelanin, along with the pineal gland, and some other things, some other hormones and whatnot. So women are more spiritual and are spiritually more powerful. It makes common sense to have it that way. Because number one, she reproduces life. And after life has been reproduced, she has to nurture it to adulthood. Even if it's a boy, she is the one doing the nurturing, not the male. His job is something else. As a role model and everything, he is the provider and the protector. It makes sense that the female came first. It makes sense that she is endowed with more spiritual properties, more spiritual gifts, and all of that, and she is self-contained. Sexually, she is self-contained. If a woman decides, I'm not going to have sex again, I'm going to cha-ching, put a lock on it, she'll do it. She can, and she does. Men can't and don't. It gives them problems. They are not self-contained. I don't know. But this is a discussion that a man should have with his sons. But I don't know if anyone is teaching them these things. These are realities. But instead, they're going by Sunday school lessons and preachers' sermons and, a lot of unscientific, unreal stuff. And some of it has led to a cultural pathology, a culture level of pathology. And what happens to the godhood? You're born a male, you're born a female. Something happens to you and you want to switch. Okay. But how about the godhood that is within you? Because the godhood that is within you has a genetic stamp on it. Confusion. If you, if the godhood in you has a feminine stamp because of your hormones that don't change, they don't ever change. Your hormones, male or female, the ones that you are born with are the ones that you will transition with. This is a reality. So if the God within you has a feminine stamp on it because of your hormones, and you decide psychologically, I don't like it. I want a male stamp. Confusion. And vice versa. If you're born with male hormones, what happens to the godhood that is in you? How does it properly express itself? How can it properly manifest? Wow. How are you going to manifest and do it properly? I don't know. Someone higher in spiritual consciousness and, someone higher with higher knowledge than I have has to answer that. Are there any more comments? Lance, are you there? He stepped away. Maybe nature called, or maybe his wife put him in the kitchen. Oh, on one of the videos, he was in the kitchen rattling those pots and pans. When he came back, I told him, you better not burn that food. But beloved, life is real and spirit is real. And now is the time for every one of us African mortals to wake up. You've got to wake up, beloved. You've got to make that change. You've got to take that leap of faith. I'm doing whatever I can to show you the reality of spirit. We can go from life experiences to what is called the sacred anatomy. These things are evidence. We can go to all kinds of different things. We can go to numerology. We can go to chemistry and prove that spirit is real. If in your religious dogma, if in your spiritual narratives, if you cannot prove the concepts by bringing evidence, scientific evidence, then something is wrong with that religious dogma. If something unnatural is narrated as being natural, as being the norm, you're in trouble. I see you're back. Okay. Are there any other comments? And I'm looking at the time. Okay. I said it was going to be short. So I've been on almost 3 hours. So Lance, did he leave again?
Right here.
Are you there?
Oh, you don't hear the mic? I was away from it. I'm right here.
Okay. You can stick a fork in me. I'm done.
You've only just begun. It's a meal worth waiting for every week. So you're not done. It's just a pause so you can gather all your research and go to a higher level. That's what it is.
That's true. Because the longer we talk, the longer we talk. Not necessarily on this particular topic. We start talking about other things.
Well, see, I found that when I talk about a topic, it segues into 10 other topics just to pick a number, maybe 25. You see, because everything overlaps. Everything overlaps. So when we talk about one thing, it has to touch something else. If we go picking for strawberries, we're going to see blueberries. We can't help it. You see? So that keeps us going, because when you get the understanding of all the other topics, it supports that original one, and so on and so on. You get a broader understanding. Synergistic learning.
You are very correct.
But thank you so much.
No problem. Beloved, it has been wonderful being with you again. Please be sure to hit those like, share, and subscribe buttons so that those little algorithms can fall in line and all of that. Yeah. Until next time, certainly next Friday,
we'll be here.
You adieu. It's been wonderful being with you, beloved. I love you all.
Thank you. And I'll talk to you during the week. Okay.
Very good.
Take care.
And I'm trying to get to the point where I can have 2 shows a week, but right now it's too busy around here. But I'll see what I can do. All right.
I understand. Okay. Take care.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So, my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the east. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.